Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you all here. Sorry for keeping you wait for such a long time. I also hear myself twice and I don't know why. I know, I found it. So hope you had a fantastic day. Nice to see you. Sorry for keeping you wait so long. But it's always a bit difficult. I want to talk about the hunt for Gollum news, which is very old by now, to be honest. Still want to talk about it. And yeah, the problem is a bit, I guess, finding the poster of the film, so you have the possibility to see what's going on. Also see, yeah, welcome everybody. First of all, I also need to get the chat running, which for whatever reason also doesn't work currently, but I'm on it. We just place it here. I guess the best place I can find. So, you have to live with it now. Yeah, I hope you people are doing well and had a good time. Long time no see, unfortunately, in a way. But I was really busy the last couple of weeks, months. I don't know. I have lost track of space and time completely in this regard. That's always a bit unfortunate when nothing happens here on the channel, but I talked to Joysten recently, well, somewhat recently, let's put it that way. Hey, welcome, Odo, nice to see you. And also RSREM, the Bionicle fan, nice to see as well as Otaku Senpai. And Mark is there, welcome, nice to see you. And Crafty Spirit, and all the other people there. This name is too long to read it. Also, Mari, welcome. Nice to see you. Oh, the most recent news, maybe you can also fill me in a little bit. The most recent news is that most of the filming will be in UK, which is pretty cool, I think, in the land of the origin of all of it, so to say. And very interesting to see. So, I don't know, what are your thoughts? Hello, Chris. Hello, chat. May not be able to stay for the whole stream, but I'm around. Nice. Great that you could make it. Also, Tolkien also said something like that. Favorite human character in the Lord of the Rings trilogy? Yeah, I would say Aragorn, I guess. I would go with Aragorn. It's a boring choice, but I guess he's pretty cool, so that works well. It's a fantastic character. I like the change even that reduces his confidence a little bit and makes him doubt himself, and then he has this development arc. I think that makes him very I know, a lot of sympathy for that. Also have to move this here to live chat. Circus has already stated that the film will concentrate on practical effects, which is also great. I mean, Lord of the Rings also had their fair share. Stream begins soon. Yeah, the stream begins soon. Like I said, I had to find the stuff. I also posted stuff on social media, always takes the time. Could normal people, travelers, reach Rivendell? And if so, how long would they stay? I assume Gandalf, Bilbo, Thorin's company, Aragorn, and the people arriving at the council are somewhat special cases. Yeah, maybe. But I'm not sure if we have much information about this particular question to really give a good answer to this. Fall of Arnor. Yeah, I would also say the Fall of Arnor might be interesting. The War of Angmar is interesting. The Kinstrife in Gondor is interesting. Hunt for Gollum and Old Forest is lame. I guess to some people, I think Hunt for Gollum could be interesting, to be honest. But I don't know. Hard to tell. We have to wait. I guess it's not my favorite, but I think it's a bit more of a proof of concept film. Let's see if people are still interested. As I kind of started the sentence with, I talked to Joyce, so Man of the West, recently. And hey, Dr. Dementail. And he said we live currently in the dark ages of the Lord of the Rings stuff, especially for lore YouTubers, because, channel performance and stuff is down across many channels. Currently, name is not that interesting. Shadow of the Past is the same, and Hunt for Gollum has also low stakes. Yeah, in a way, it's in this regard the stakes are always low. Like we know how it ends. In a way, like I don't know. If we know Lord of the Rings trilogy, we know that Sauron can't win in any other formats that play before the end of the Third Age. So the stakes are always low, I guess. That's, I guess, the problem with any of that. Good perspective, start with a small story in the Hunt for Gollum. I think exactly that's what they're going to do. And do something more ambitious if they're successful. I agree. Plus, Gollum is probably a safe bet for the studio to make money because he's such a popular character in the mainstream. Though, to be fair, I hear discussing this and hearing other voices about it. I often hear people talking about. Often hear people wondering that who cares about Gollum. Kind of is often a question that I think also people that are not hardcore into the franchise often seem to ask. Let me just see if I can bring here the thing. I actually prepared it. It took me longer than it should have taken to kind of find a screenshot for the Hunt of Gollum reveal. But here it is. And let me just get the other chat back here into it. Nope, it doesn't go away. All of the main characters have a lot of plot armor, I guess. I mean, that's, in a way, always true. I can definitely imagine that the stakes can't be really high of this little subplot. Like, people are especially aware that, of course, Frodo and his friends can't die in this part. And they can also not, how to say, get any harm and so on. Like, we know what happens in the story. We know Gollum needs to survive. We know Thranduil potentially survives. And that also the realm of Thranduil won't be overthrown. And so on and so forth. But we also know that the bad guys and the Nazgul won't be defeated. And so on and so forth. Also creepy in Fellowship, definitely. But no, the long-term plan, those stories could still be told. Yeah, I think at some point they might go for it if it is successful. I always think, and not coming to any conclusion, what format would be best for my favorite. The Children of Hurin series, 1 movie, 2, 3. The same of Gollum, 1 movie, too little. I mean, in this case, I think 1 movie is potentially enough for the between story. You could make more films and go through the whole origin story of Gollum to some degree, but in a way it's very vague and to do this. Like, Tolkien hints at certain stations in his life, but it's all very mysterious, kind of deliberate, I think. Sometimes not a smart idea to demystify. My partner is in the position that she hasn't seen any of the films yet and only read the beginning of The Hobbit. Wonder if The Hunt for Gollum would make for worse the introduction to the films. Yeah, maybe. That's maybe an interesting experiment. Unfortunately, we have to still wait for like a couple of years till it comes out, like December 2027. It's relatively far away still. I wonder if Howard Shore is coming back to the score. Yeah, I'm also curious about that, to be honest. I would like to have more news stuff to discuss also about Lord of the Rings, so I hope there's some stuff to discuss in the future. Was there barely enough story to fill one movie and stretch it out to 3? Yeah, that is also an option, like they did with the Hobbit films, I think. They also stretched them out far too hard. Hey, Mr. McShannon. We accept Hollywood to make movies that are versions of the actual fiction, which is the books. Would new books be acceptable in the same way, like Warhammer 40k lore or Star Wars books? I think in this case it's difficult because, like in the case of Star Wars at least, they started as films, and very like George Lucas made a very influential trilogy there, or especially the first film was very influential for the genre, kind of revived science fiction back in Hollywood and led to many great sci-fi movies that came after it, but also changed cinema in many ways. Warhammer, I don't know, but in the case of Tolkien, this would only be possible if Tolkien's writings become public domain, I think, because currently there's so much trademarking and names and so on and so forth that it might be almost impossible to do something with that stuff, with this intellectual property, and to expand it. And since Tolkien's not alive anymore, and I think in this regard, the Tolkien fandom is relatively, let's call it, conservative, that only what Tolkien wrote and said is kind of counting. And of course, Christopher Tolkien has, for many people, also a very high value in what he has to say about his father's works. But he's also not among us anymore, so to say. So as a result, who should write that? I think that's almost impossible. Yes, I know it. I even have it here. There it is. That's my copy of The Atlas of Middle-earth by Karen Wynne Fonstad. But yeah, it's fantastic. It has some mistakes in this regard that it... we talked about in the past. The problem is always a bit when this atlas was made. Unfortunately, Karen Wynne Fonstad also doesn't live anymore. So that's unfortunate, very unfortunate, to be honest. But when she published this atlas at her time, she hadn't access to all the material. So she made conclusions based on the materials she had. And some information or some conclusions would be proven wrong by these later publications. It's really good. Yeah, Howard Shore would be big to come back, I think, though, I don't know. I think soundtrack is usually not the biggest problem. I could imagine that other... it's a bit difficult. Like, it has pros and cons if you bring in too many old people, so to say, back into it. I guess because Peter Jackson is producer, and also Philippa Boyens is with the script, and Andy Serkis is there, at least regarding The Hunt for Gollum. And we have Ian McKellen is back. We have Elijah Wood is back. We have Lee Pace is also back, I guess, and so on. So you bring back people you know. As a result, it will be more in the lines of what Peter Jackson has done. Sometimes, though, I think it is interesting if somebody else tries something new with it, gives it a new spin in a way. Of course, for this, let's call it nostalgia kick, it's better to bring Howard Shore back. Dwarfs Rohirrim made a decent score, but yeah, of course. But here again, they also tried to have another Lord of the Rings films in the in the style of a Peter Jackson movie, and they kind of succeeded with this. Though the film has its weaknesses for sure, but overall I found it was pretty decent. But I think when you make a Peter Jackson film about Lord of the Rings, you have to kind of dig into this. The only show that kind of made it a bit different, and even they got, for one track at least, I think, Howard Shore back, was the series by Amazon. And that's always a tough topic, so to say. But the music, Barry McCreary did also a really good job, in my opinion. So I thought the soundtrack, that was not the problem of the series. Any thoughts on the differences between the German version, Lord of the Rings, Wolfgang Krege or Marguerite Caroux? This is me totally guessing that the accent is German and Austrian. Yeah, I'm from Germany. Good guess. I prefer Marguerite Caroux. Her translation, which is more old school, fitting though the old school style. Usually when I read, though, I read in English these days. But if I read in German, I would read Marguerite Caroux's translation. I guess it depends on which one you grew up. We don't say the name, no. Let's not talk about that. It still hurts. I remember the Damrod track gave a little content to discuss. Yeah, it was an interesting idea, I guess. So, I guess it depends on which translation you kind of got first, are very nostalgic about, and so on. The problem is always a bit with the nostalgia that I was pretty late to the party, Lord of the Rings, because I started reading the books after the Peter Jackson films came out, so they brought me into the book universe. And even though I think the Krege translation was already there, I still stumbled upon the Caroux, and a friend of mine said, yeah, the Caroux translation, that's it. So I went with that. I know, though, if you read the Silmarillion in Germany, that's also, I think, translated, or the Hobbit translations also by Wolfgang Krege. So it's not like his goal was also to make a different translation in a way. So he tried to make a more modernized translation, because Caroux's translation was pretty good. She had even contact with Tolkien himself, and he encouraged her on her work and so on, even though he also demanded some changes here and there. But overall, it's a pretty solid translation, I would say. There are other translations for other countries that are a bit more, let's call it, free in their approach to translation. I personally read in English as well. I grew up with Caroux, and I was quite saddened that the newer audiobooks were Krege texts. Frodo calling Sam Chef is considered a crime against humanity. Yeah, for sure. That kind of stuff is, let's say, special. Needs to be getting used to. I do have the Atlas. I've used it intensively for reference. Yeah, for sure. The Atlas of skipping topics right now, but it's really good. Let me see if I find one of the mistakes. It's kind of stupid to point out a mistake when we want to praise something, but like I said, it's not the fault of... Yeah, for here, and we have this map here. I'm not sure if you can really see it well, but you see here is the the inland sea of Helkar. Here is the first age map. And she has it covering big parts of Middle-earth. And it includes also the Sea of Rhun, which is not here. But since the publication of Peoples of Middle-earth, which came out, I think, 1992 or something, or 1994, I'm not 100% sure, we know, I think it was Peoples of Middle-earth, to be honest, we know that the Sea of Rhun existed during the time the Sea of Helkar existed. But Karen Fonstedt, for example, assumed that the Sea of Rhun is a leftover of the Sea of Helkar, so to say. And that's why she concluded that the Sea of Helkar stretched this far, but it didn't. In reality, it's smaller. But this is something she could not know, because the text where this information would be in weren't published at that time she made this atlas. So what else did Beer McCreary do? He did Battlestar Galactica, the 2004-2009 series, not the from the 70s or whatever. That score he did. Let me just see. I don't know. I'm not watching a lot of series, so okay. He made for one episode. He made for Black Mirror. That's also kind of a show that's kind of interesting. He made for the Halo stuff. He made. Also, he did some stuff he made. Okay, he made a track for Spoken. It's interesting. He also worked on God of War Ragnarok, but that's video game stuff. What else does he do? Maybe it's chat knows better. What Bear McCreary? I know he did Battlestar Galactica. Was one of the shows I at least know. I watch rarely TV shows and slash series, so I'm not fully up to the knowledge there. And of course he did Rings of Power. He did also 4 episodes for The Witcher Blood Origin. But it's kind of a mini series, but I don't know. Yeah, we can talk about the stuff we see in a moment. Let me just catch up with chat. Wanted to discuss. I feel like I missed a lot of stuff here. But yeah, somebody also mentioned Warhammer 40k, which also consistently gets expanded. I think Mr. Maxon, it was. I'm not sure how Warhammer works exactly rights-wise. I think they were more open to expanding the universe, and Tolkien was just a writer that had his idea of a story that he would write, and it's kind of completed. And then he had this mythology going around, which nobody has the rights for. I mean, yeah, it would be cool to see the children of Húrin, Beren and Lúthien, all the Silmarillion, the good Silmarillion stuff, also in a show or in movies and so on. But yeah, I think currently I don't see this happening. I think currently one Lord of the Rings show kind of needs to be so successful again that studios think, okay, that's something you want to invest in. We found a formula that kind of works, and this we do. But currently, it's a bit. I'm not sure how happy Amazon is with the Rings of Power show in this regard, simply because I think they publish some specific numbers, but they are not going out and saying, yeah, this was the most successful series ever and people totally love it. It's in the community. I always feel a very divisive topic if you talk about Rings of Power. Also, I don't know, it's just it's problematic on so many levels, independent of if you like the show or not, or the direction of it. It's always a topic that kind of triggers people. I can kind of understand why. I also personally, I don't know. I hate sometimes that people are so harsh to the show, but I also don't like it enough that I really want to defend it in any shape or form, because I also don't like it. It has just simply some very stupid ideas that they made in the show. Curious if that is to be continued this year or next year. They haven't told us anything. Yeah, I would also say the score is one of the better things about Rings of Power for sure. And yeah, like Dr. Dementel says, interesting, but of course music is important. Let me just see. Wait, out of all things of this show, the music is a thing that is bothering people these days. Yeah, for sure, I guess. I would also not be too worried about music. Like, are there that many shows that kind of failed because they did not have a great score, especially if they had a decent budget? I don't think that happens too often. Like, usually you find a good composer and stuff works out, I guess. I mean, it would be great to have Howard Shore and his tracks again, and see where he can go with it. And so on. He had made some really good tracks, very iconic. I think it even worked well for the Hobbit films. But who knows? In a way, the music, especially where in the realm where the hunt for Gollum and the Stephen Colbert thing, the Shadow of the Past, or the early stuff, kind of happens. Is usually like all the scores you need for that, I would assume, except for Tom Bombadil that needs maybe a new theme, you already have in the classics soundtrack anyway. So what do you need? Okay, you need maybe a theme for Goldberry, for Tom Bombadil, maybe for the Barrow-ites you could use the Nazgul theme there, and easy. Like, do you need that many new tracks? I don't think so. Of course you need a composer to maybe adjust some things here and there, but I wouldn't be too worried about that. Interesting, but of course music is important, but I didn't really have any quarrel with the music. Just some songs were just an absolute miss. I don't mind too much of it anyway, to be fair. Yeah, Stephen Gallagher, of course, also a possibility, but he was also pretty close to what was done before. Really wish Rings of Power was not garbage. Yeah, we all wish that. I mean, I said it in streams earlier, I will never rewatch the first season of this show ever again, because it's absolutely horrible in so many ways. I really tried to like the first season, and holy moly, at the end of it, that was a punch in the gut for somebody who really likes these details in the books. It's tough pill to swallow, to be honest. And I think the second season was already much better, started well, but then at some places was also completely, I don't know, they took some turns where I thought, well, what are they doing? But let's not talk about Rings of Power. Weirdly enough, the scene with Elrond and Durin at the table in season 1 stuck to my mind ever since. Actually brought a tear to my eyes, so I'm not hating. It's just not very good, sadly. Yeah, I think it had its moments. I would say season 1 was the best part, was definitely the stuff with Elrond or Sherlock Elrond and the dwarves. That was pretty cool, in my opinion. Was definitely good. In season 2, we had Anatar and Celebrimbor, which was pretty cool. Stuff around that. I think they did it mostly pretty well. But then there was a lot of other stuff that was so unnecessary and not needed. And I don't know, I often feel like they have no clue where to go with the show in some areas. Some folks do like it, and everybody who likes it, feel free to like the show. I don't judge anybody or whatever. Don't have to think less of them because they like something I dislike. That's kind of my opinion. A bit overblown, to be honest. But on the other side, I also often, especially in a discussion like this, the question comes up: what were your thoughts on the show? Well, it has some good stuff, some bad stuff. Overall, felt was pretty average, and some stuff I didn't really like. And that's, yeah, I don't know. It's a bit tough, I guess, to get, especially in a franchise like the Tolkien, or in a world like Lord of the Rings and Middle-earth and Arda. It's tough because you have so many details and ideas you have to get right to work. We have fantastic films. We have an idea how it could be. And when the writing is not up to the task, then it's of course a problem here and there. Jackson films did have many of the same flaws as Rings of Power, but we tend to give them more of a pass. I think the biggest difference with the Peter Jackson films is that the changes made sense and added to make good mainstream films. In Rings of Power, we have the problem that stuff simply makes absolutely no sense. And that they add things or change things that are in the book, and even though we know where the story will lead to, for us as book fans, it makes literally zero sense what they are changing. Suddenly there are 2 Durins. It's still not clear after I don't know how many hours of episodes, for example, why there have to be 2 Durins. It makes no sense. It's just a small detail. It's in of itself, it's not a big of a deal that there are 2 Durins, but you think, you know, it's kind of, I don't know, that it's more of, it's like many things, like it goes through the complete show. Like in some cases, some stuff doesn't work. It makes very little sense to call the show Rings of Power, for example, and don't portray the chronological or the correct order in which they were created, which makes sense in the books, but makes no sense in the film. So Celebrimbor starts with his magnum opus and then starts making worse and worse rings. It's kind of a weird idea. Like in the books, he makes the lesser rings, then he masters the craft, makes the 16 Rings of Power, and then, when Sauron is gone, he makes his magnum opus and makes the final rings. And there's a specific reason why this is very important, this order. And this they don't encompass. In a show that is called The Rings of Power, that is about these rings, it makes very little sense, in my opinion. And yeah, that for me is one of the biggest examples why it doesn't work. Suddenly, like, I don't know, Tolkien writes in the book Tom Bombadil has never been to the East. That's explicitly written in the book. Where does Tom Bombadil appear in the show? In the East. Like, we know Elrond talks in the Council of Elrond that there was times when a squirrel could go from tree to tree from the north of Eriador down to Fangorn. And it was once one big, massive forest. And in this forest you could even meet Tom Bombadil and so on and so forth. Remember the Council of Elrond dialogue there. Where do we meet Tom Bombadil? Not in Fangorn, not in Eriador. We meet him somewhere in Hrun, where you think, okay, that makes no sense at all. Also, Gandalf as an Istar, as a wizard, came to Middle-earth. Spoiler, by the way. In 1,000 years into the Third Age. You make a show about the Second Age. Guess who's there? Gandalf. I mean, you could put him in there in some other form as Olorin. Sure. But it makes no sense to put him this early into the show. Like, it makes zero sense. And I don't know. It's a lot of things that don't add up, especially if you know where things will lead to. And it could just continue and continue and continue. It often feels a bit like that the showrunners have certain scenes that they think they are cool, or maybe they are cool, and they kind of bend everything that these scenes work. Suddenly we have the Balrog in the Second Age. No, it's like if there's so many topics of the Third Age that they cover already in the Second Age that I wonder, why do they make even a Second Age show when they want to clearly cover the Third Age? It makes so little sense. Yeah, exactly. You should have been a blue wizard. I also think, why do we even need a wizard at all? Just put in Glorfindel as kind of a wizard compensation or something like this. Because Glorfindel, according to Peoples of Middle-earth, came to Middle-earth in the Second Age, to the time around to help Elrond, for example, and I guess indirectly Gil-galad. But it's in Lord of the Rings, it's not stated when he comes to Middle-earth. We only know this from Peoples of Middle-earth, from a late game text. I'm Sandalf, cousin of Gandalf. Maybe it's Sandalf. Who knows? Good, nice one, Crafty. People complaining about the elf skin color made no comment when Jackson gave them point here. Well, there is actually multiple hints in Tolkien's works that they have pointy ears. So that comes not out of nowhere. For example, there is the word for ear also means leaf, because the ears are leaf-shaped. That's a comment Tolkien makes, I think, in Parma El de Lambaron, issue 17 or was it 21? I forgot what's the numbers. Oh, I forgot about this joke, to be honest. But shoutouts to past Chris, who made in these late night streams some decent bad puns. A stranger should have been a blue wizard, yes. Outside of there was a whole team for the others, except for the 3. They also they don't even show how the 7 are created. They don't show how at least not to the full extent, how the 9 are created as well. Like, there's a gathering, you know. I thought they would kind of celebrate this and portray this in a lot of detail. But they didn't. It's also another problem. Hey, nice to see you, Starke. It's actually true. I'm still in the stream together with the Elden Ring people. I'm a bit sorry for that. I forgot to quit the stream together. Well, now it's too late. This is just a Twitch thing, in case people on YouTube wonder. Also, these little changes, stupid things about the true story. What was about to say? Why change these little stupid things about the true story? Just make short stories about the really cool stuff that actually happened. I have one specific scene in my head. There should have been time skips between seasons, with the elven characters and Sauron being regulars and the humans and dwarves changing every season. Yeah, or making something like an anthology kind of thing. I don't know. Because humans are a bit difficult in these big time spans. That they would need some time compression, I can kind of see. But they have so much time compression. If New Line Warner wants to try another animated Middle-earth film, I suggest adapting The Adventures of Tom Bombadil. That would be an interesting idea. So I made some kind animated series for YouTube. It begins when Galadriel returns to Amman and her father welcomed her back. I don't remember the name of the series or the channel. It was a little bit weird. Amazon wanted consistent cast, so time compression, yeah. I still think Amazon should have went, hey, Spielkarten, nice to see you. I think Amazon should have just gone with a third age story. Would have made much more sense, in my opinion, from what they want to accomplish. The rings look awful. The gems are not even cut in any way or shape or form. The Guild of Jewelsmiths should have done better. Yeah, I mean, if the writing and the stuff would at least make a lot of sense and would be awesome, then I wouldn't mind if the rings look not that great, you know? I just want good writing and that everything that connects well together. And it does not. Like, if you think too much, this is a show you can't think about too much. There are just too many inconsistencies. In the show, I don't know. Although they could have experimented with the same actors playing different human characters over time. Yeah, they could have maybe made something like they made with... it's a movie I really like personally. Cloud Atlas. There also, I haven't read the book to be honest, but I just know the movie. There you also have actors who change roles over time and so on. It's kind of an interesting approach to very complex work like that. I mean, not saying that they should do the exact same, but they could have done something in this style, I think. Maybe it would have worked. I don't know. Yeah, then Amazon should not have adapted the Second Age, which covers over 3,000 years. 3,441 or 2 years. It's a long time. The specific scene that would slay on screen, Fifth Battle of Beleriand, when Fingon enters the battlefield with his war cry. Utulien aure aya eldalie ar Anatari, sorry. Utulien aure, I long for this. Yeah, there would be, you could make many cool scenes for sure. And it has very iconic moments. Like, I would really love to see Beren and Luthien, one of my favorite stories of the Silmarillion. Stuff like that. Could imagine that. But, yeah, it would be very difficult. I wonder if Lord of the Rings adaptations are trapped by audience expectations. I think they are, yeah. To see Gandalf in some form or another, without a bridging character from the trilogy, will mainstream audiences even go see it? I don't know. But in a way, like, you could make the same argument in the beginning, when the hype was the biggest for the Amazon show. Nobody knew it was Gandalf. People speculated... he could be Sauron, he could be Gandalf, he could be, you know, they made it kind of a secret. and was at some point it was insanely obvious for me. There's a cool video I make where I kind of predict all of this stuff. Well, I'm not sure if I predicted that he's Gandalf in the first season already, but that he's one of the Istari, and I don't know. That's also part of why I don't like the writing in the show. Like, it's too much mystery box writing that doesn't, like, I don't know. We had some interesting discussions with other people. I remember I participated in the German Tolkien community, the podcast of the German Tolkien Society. Shoutouts to Tobias and Annika. And yeah, we there was one thing, I don't know, there was one certain point I knew for a fact that this guy is Gandalf and all this stuff. It was very obvious. And it kind of, I don't know, made some good prediction videos in my opinion. But yeah, I don't know. I also think the new actor does a good job as Gandalf, to be honest. The problem is that there is Gandalf. He has nothing to do in the Second Age. Remember that one time during the Siege of Eregion, when the orcs broke an enormous boulder out of a mountain via catapult? And it dammed the river or something? Ludicrous, but I chuckle now. Yeah. I mean, we're talking about a fantasy universe, even though it's pretty, grounded. And not too, it's a bit magical, but not too extreme. It's not extremely magical like some other fantasy universes in comparison. But it's, I don't know, stuff like this is always kind of, it goes against plausibility, and that's often a problem, I think. Human storyline, season 1 about Elros, season 2 about Aldarion, season 3 Elendil and the Fall of Numenor, season 4 establishing Arnor and Gondor, season 5 War of the Last Alliance. Yeah, something like this. You could make this as an anthology or something. I would agree. Pull up a poll, most favorite story of the first age. I promise I can't make that many options that would be needed. But if you want a poll like that, Umfrage, start an Umfrage. How many things? I can only have 4 options. Children of Húrin, Eren, and Luthien. Gondolin. What is the 4th? I can only give you 4 options. Favorite first age story. So what's the 4th story I should ask? Basically, Gandalf seems to be Rings of Power's Palando, in a way. Ruin of Dorias, but what about the early stuff, like the kinslaying, the first kinslaying? What about, I don't know, Years of the Lamps? Well, that's not first age, I guess. The Darkening of Valinor. I wish you guys a wonderful evening. See you next time and have a good night. Yeah, you too. Dr. Demon Tail, have a good one. Thank you for joining. Let me... Okay, let's say other. There are too many. I just put in... I take the 4 great tales, and then I write other. And if you write other, you have to write in chat which one is other. Or I write another one. So we have something to vote. That's maybe a cool interaction here. I feel like you are hyped for next season. Everything leads to the show. Because it would have been obvious. Gandalf feels more like a Harry Potter character to me. Oh, Rings of Power Gandalf feels like. Was the Dark Wizard supposed to be Palando? I forgot. I don't know. We don't know who's the Dark Wizard. Who knows? There are things we could riff on if the film we wanted to make. Well, it's not about movie, it's more about what's your favorite story, I guess. I already said Fall of Gondolin. I can't vote myself. Sacrilegious. No, I think it's not stated who he is. The problem is a bit they don't have the rights for it anyway, so... YouTube stuff is always strange. Yeah, it wasn't stated who he is. Technically, they don't have the rights for the names Alata and Palando anyway. Mystery Science Theater 3000. Okay. Plandalf. Tough one between children and Ben Lucien. I would love to say Ben Lucien only because Finrod appears and dies, but then again, Húrin himself. Assembling the Alliance forces going south, the battle in front of the Black Gate, siege of Barad-dûr, final battle, defeat of Sauron, and then the aftermath. It could work. Now, there's some stuff, especially the Last Alliance stuff. If you have the rights to everything, you can make quite a few things out. Hey, Undead, nice to see you. Blandalf or Bluedalf. I should log off. I need to sleep some more before I have to go to work. When I do this, Otaku Senpai, I don't want to be in the way. The VOD will be available. So, thank you for joining. Have a good one. Sleep well. It's a TV show that made fun of bad movies. Okay, understood. Another necromancy video when. I did cover necromancy, I think, at some point here on this channel. That's true, but it's many years ago. Question is this a topic? Is this a topic that needs to be revisited? Necromancy and dark magic. That was really a long time ago. That was 2019. Holy moly, that was ages ago. Oh, you suggested it. Okay, I don't have the lore of this video in my head anymore. Harless and her people's story would make a good movie set in the first age. Yeah, I agree. Thanks, Namarie. Namarie. Hours Aurelian is still there. He asked about the translation at the very beginning. Just forgot to answer to that. I think my Sindarin grammar is not on the level that it needs to be to make a translation. Sindarin is so tough, such a tough language. Would have to ask a Sindarin expert there. So about Feanor, now that is a character you can laugh or to hate, yeah, for sure. It's kind of funny that we're still in the stream together. Okay. Question is, shall I end the poll here so it doesn't annoy you people? I have a nice question, okay. Feel free to post it. In the meantime, I give you like a couple more minutes to give out a vote. My favorite first age story there. If you have one, if you have another, feel free to post what your story would be in the chat. I can only write in 4 options as in a poll here on YouTube, so it's a little bit short to do the Silmarillion justice, I think. Oh, you have a niche question. I thought you have a nice question. Some fellow YouTuber released a video called Feanor did nothing wrong at April Fool's Day. I guess that's the best time to post this. My favorite story of First Age story, they tell the truth of the first kinslaying to Thingol and the story of Finrod's prediction of his own death and fall of his own kingdom. Yeah, that's also definitely a pretty cool section. Did Tolkien ever write anything about lineages dying out? Is there like a metaphysical reason why Ar-Pharazôn and Earnor had no offspring? Like, I was wondering whether lineages could become exhausted and then die out because of it. Good question. I mean, Pharazôn, for obvious reasons, he dies. His lineage fails because he screwed up too much. He could have done everything in the world, kind of, and he did the one thing he was not allowed to do. And that cost him and his people almost everything. The case of Earnur, I mean, it's not the only case, I guess. There's another king in the line of in the line of Gondor, that where the line also, at least the official line, ends. There's in a way the direct line of for example Hammerhand also ends. If you think about it, there are quite a few examples of a quite powerful line ending in Tolkien's universe. Let me just check what the king's name was. It was the father of Miriel. Was it her name? No, not Miriel. Wasn't her name Miriel? No, it was not Miriel. What was her name? What was... Firiel with an F. There we have her. Just thought Miriel? No. There was something wrong with the name. She, Ondoher is the king. Ondoher's line, I mean, it doesn't really end because he still has a daughter that survives. And she marries Arvedui, who's one of the kings of Arnor. But yeah, in a way, the line of the kings of Gondor continue with Eärnil and then Eärnur. And then Eärnur's line also ends. So it's kind of, it's complicated, I guess. So is there a metaphysical reason for that? I think often, like in the case of Helm Hammerhand, when we analyze his story a bit, I would always come to the conclusion that he was a very brave king, but he was not the smartest king. And he was not the best when it comes to diplomacy. As a result, he kind of paid the price. Of course, he had still a sister, and his sister's son, that it kind of worked. But I guess Tolkien often just uses this when he needs a lot of tragedy and leads like a cut, and then it continues elsewhere, and to kind of underline the cut in the lore or in the story, it kind of makes sense that like a new lineage continues there. And sometimes he's able to do something like in the case of the lineage of Numenor, we have the line of Elros, and then it splits. We have Silmarillion, and then her line. That is where also Elendil, Amandil, Isildur, and so on, Anarion, etc., come from, and the Ar-Pharazôn is from a different line, the new main line, because Silmarillion, the concept of ruling queen didn't exist at the time when Silmarillion lived. As a result, she was she was not allowed to become queen, and then her younger brother became king of Numenor. I guess in a way it's still the same line, but it's still kind of different. But I don't have a good answer for this, Crafty Spirit, but it's a really good, interesting question. Miniseries Redeeming Isildur. Also, I'm curious, why now focus on Gollum video game, show movie? Would love to get a show on the Witch King. I think it's a coincidence with the Gollum game. Like, they definitely, like, the people who made the Gollum game, it was like a last effort, and it was also, the license for this was given out at a time when not many Lord of the Rings video games were made, and I don't know, they made a pitch. I guess Middle-earth Enterprises liked it and gave them the license for it, which was unrelated to Peter Jackson, and currently there was nothing else in the works, and they know, like, in a way, it's very nice to own the Lord of the Rings license, but it's not so nice if nothing gets done with it, you know? Especially when it comes to video games and so on. So you want to be there. So I guess they said, we want to make a video game. Said, well, whatever, make a video game. And they decided to make a Gollum story because they saw potential in it. And it was also a very desperate move of the studio. If this project would fail, they would have to close, which they did. Unfortunately. Very unfortunate, to be honest. But yeah, I played the Gollum game. I even would say it was relatively respectful to Tolkien's writings for the most part. That was not the biggest problem of it. But yeah, the writing, the story was not that great. And the platforming was absolutely terrible. Stealth mechanics were very simple, but okayish, I guess. I know. A mini-series redeeming Isildur, showing all the good deeds he did. Yeah, Isildur is very tragic in the Peter Jackson Lord of the Rings cosmos, simply because you always see him as the one who failed and who did not destroy the One Ring. Could have saved his descendants a lot of trouble if he did, but it was impossible for him anyway. As a result, he couldn't do that. And he did a lot of good deeds, which is currently not portrayed in any shape or form. Fall of Arnor. Fall of Arnor undead. That's what they need to get people back into Lord of the Rings. Yeah, maybe. I mean, the story has a potential. It's always about potential. The story of Arnor and the war with Angmar later, or whatever, or I don't know. All this has a lot of potential. The problem is you need to develop a story and product that is kind of hitting the right notes. Currently, we have a lot of fantasy shows. A lot of fantasy universes that are very interesting. As a lot of stuff is produced in all kinds of ways. Some stuff is more popular, some stuff is less popular, but overall, it's not like everything is pretty saturated right now. I feel like we have more movies and shows than we can watch, kind of. Same with video games. And so on. So what are we going to do? Like, you have to compete with all the other stuff that's out there. And you also have to consider other media. Like, I don't know, when in the video games media, GTA 6 comes out this year, this will have a lot of attention by a lot of people. If it's good, especially. As a result, people will, you don't want to release around the time when, for example, a GTA 6 comes out, even though it's not a fantasy show or it's a video game, but it's one of the most successful media franchises in human existence currently. There are only very few other games that might have sold more copies than this, some stuff like Minecraft or something. Hey, Revolverator, nice to see you. So you also compete with this, there's so much attention on so many details, on so many shows, franchises, ideas, in all kinds of things. Everything got bigger. It's complicated to release something. You really have to, if you want to stick out and get people interested in Lord of the Rings again, you have to bring something out that is fresh, that is interesting, that is really good, that is a really high quality in all its details, and at the same time it has to hit the right nerves of the current time. Lord of the Rings, Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings did this back in the day. He had his actors. He was also heavily criticized as a director when it was announced he would do the movies. People were not happy with the cast and so on and so forth. But overall, everybody overperformed. Like, I think all the people, maybe not all, but most people in Lord of the Rings that participated there peaked with these films. After that, for sure, they were popular and so on, but I think they never brought out a film that people 20 years later, or 20 plus years, 25 years later, still talk about and say, wow, what was this when these films came out? And how impressive was the cinematography for this film with the illusion of size that they could bring there. Some techniques that they used there was just mind blowing when you saw them at cinema. It's kind of, there were so many elements that came together there that they did so well. They were pretty well prepared. They managed to condense a book to these three films, even though they had to let out things, change things, and so on. That was really impressive. To expect that you can do this again is very unlikely. Like, this is one in a lifetime film you make. Movie Theodore has some movie Frodo energy with all the falling over dramatically during the battle into the river, not giving up the ring. I guess Fëanor's line went no further than Celebrimbor. Yeah, that's also Welcome Joe, by the way. Yeah, that's a good point. But yeah, I think, I don't know. Nobody dares currently to compete with Peter Jackson's mainline Lord of the Rings films, so they only produce smaller things to say, well, this is not the main thing. This is just a smaller side story for people who might want more, and they hope to kind of get a sense and hope that it works and get a sense of what do people currently like. Can we bring in the franchise, so to say, so maybe it's a better way to call what Tolkien wrote a franchise, but to bring people into Tolkien's world and again and see how popular it still is. It's very, very difficult to say if this will work. I think at some point we might also see a new Lord of the Rings trilogy because people sitting on expensive rights and maybe want to make some use out of those. I don't know. Problem with telling a story about Finrod is the events with him are outstretched within this first. Yeah, it's true. It's really a stretched out story. Like, his story beats often have a long break in between. Are there any Lord of the Rings fan-made fan fiction stuff, you mean, that continue the Fourth Age? Welcome, Baxian. I'm not sure. Like, fan fiction wise, like when it comes to writing, potentially there is some. You might find something, but I'm not into. Like, I have very little knowledge about what is out there, if it's any good. When it comes to like stuff like fan films, I know there is what's it called? Born of Hope, right? That exists. Then there is a Hunt for Gollum fan film, which we also had a watch party somewhat recently. That was also a well-made fan film considering the challenges that this film had. But it is, of course, not Fourth Age stuff. Tolkien started writing a sequel to Lord of the Rings that would have played then obviously in the Fourth Age, but he decided to not continue it. He said at some point, I'm not sure if I find the quote, it's called The New Shadow. Let's see if I find it. Tolkien commented this. Letter 256 it is. I can read this, so we'll finally read some Tolkien stuff, I guess. Let me just search for the letter. So, letter 256, a letter to Colin Bailey. An account of Tolkien's unfinished story, The New Shadow. It's from the 13th of May 1964. I did begin a story placed about 100 years after the downfall of Mordor, but it proved both sinister and depressing. Since we are dealing with men, it is inevitable that we should be concerned with the most regrettable feature of their nature, their quick... I have to look up the word. Satiety, I assume it's pronounced. Yeah, satiety, just pronunciation. Their quick satiety with good, so that the people of Gondor, in times of peace, justice, and prosperity, would become discontented and restless, while the dynasty descended from Aragorn would become just kings and governors like Denethor or worse. I found that even so early there was an outcrop of revolutionary plots about the center of secret satanic religion, while Gondorian boys were playing at being orcs and going round doing damage. I could have written a thriller about the plot and its discovery and overthrow, but it would be just that, not worth doing. So he had an idea. He even wrote like, I think 13, round about 13 pages he wrote that plays in this time. I'm not sure where it's published currently. It should be, must be one of the later books, right? Yeah, it's in Peoples of Middle-earth. It's in the History of Middle-earth, book number 12, Peoples of Middle-earth. Wasn't sure if it was one before that, but I guess it makes more sense. Fourth Age would be just detective genre media dealing with conspiracies, evil cults, and rather dealing with another Dark Lord. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of the problem. I think I like this about Tolkien in a way. Like his story, his world, what he has to tell is kind of already completed in the Lord of the Rings. We have the beginning with the Silmarillion. There we have the first big evil in the form of Melkor / Morgoth. And then he is defeated, kind of banished into the void, and then his successor, in a way, in a sense, becomes Sauron. And he becomes the next big evil that plagues the world. And then he is defeated. Still, the evil is in the world because the world is marred and has to be done new. This become this leads then to the metaphysical ideas of Tolkien regarding his world, which is deeply in a way connected to how, I don't know, Christianity or something imagines what might happen. Also other religions or ancient mythology and so on, that the world has to be destroyed in a way and created anew by God or whoever. And only then we have the concept of Arda healed, as he, I think, also calls it. So since the vote is, by the way, done, and it might be a bit annoying to have it here, I close the voting for our thing. I'm not sure, for future reasons, for the chat thing, I copy paste here the results. Another one, 38% would say another one. Children of Húrin has to be expected very high in the ranking with 27%. Beren and Luthien place 2, and Fall of Gondolin also, or place comes after that, also with 17%. So kind of interesting that a lot of people would say the Children of Húrin is their favorite story, which is also, I guess, one of the coolest stories. My personal taste, I kind of like Beren and Luthien a bit more, but don't mind. I mean, I like all the stories, to be honest, like all the 3 big tales. Sounds vaguely like what happens in Rings of Power season in the Southlands. Yeah, in a way you are right. It sounds a bit similar in a way. Of course, we have the element of that there are some Ainur there, so some Maiar in the form of the dark wizard and the stranger, but so it's not like the supernatural elements are gone, it's only purely about men. There the conflict seems even less about men, because we haven't learned much about men. Suddenly there are some strange hobbits, some strange Tusken Raiders, or whatever you want to call them. No, it's not strange, it's just the Easterlings. What was again the name of the guy in the Southlands who sold out to Adar? You mean the first season? The, let's say, older fellow that got eaten later on? What was his name? Waldrek. Yeah. I think was his name. May pronounce Waldre. I'm not sure. I think they say Waldrek. Yeah, this guy. Yeah, he was definitely very evil. Do we have, now that we have here didn't do any production. There was a question about Waldrek, it is the banality of evil, yeah. Do we have any comments on the actors that are listed here, chat? I heard we're getting Rings of Power Season 3 this December. Yeah, it might be possible that they start with the next season a bit later, like in the past it was always September, October, kind of roundabout. I guess they go now November, December. Maybe. I still find it strange that we haven't, like, if they would go for, let's say, September or something, like they always did. It's strange that we have already, we're already in May and we don't know about it. It would come in 4 months and there's no hype up, no building hype for it or interest in it and saying, hey, we are back in any shape or form, especially after such a long break. Always see, like, bring out a new season every 2 years is, let's say, I don't know, it's not helping, I guess. I heard Mendelf, Blue Delf. Nori are going to the moon. Not sure if we can expect cows, though. Hard to tell. But there was like a statement that they kind of plan not to move it to next year. So people assume it must be this year. And since it most likely won't be September, October, so it will be November, December, it's kind of the only way how they might publish it. I think currently we have still no official date or release ban for it. It's more speculation. We don't know what's going on. I would assume if this show would have been as popular as they wished it would be, that they would bring it more, they would talk more about it. And people might also watch it more, like have watch parties and stuff. I really would like to have watch parties, but I just don't want to watch the show anymore. So at least season 1 I don't want to watch. Season 2 I'm not sure. No, I don't want to watch season 2 as well, to be honest. It's too tough, chat. I can't stomach that. It's just too much nonsense. My little Tolkien fan heart can only withstand so much or endure so much pain. Like it's just tough. Let's hope the next season gets better. But I'm really worried. Like, what happens if season 3 also is like, well, it's not that great. We could watch the Soviet Lord of the Rings together. Yeah, we could for sure do this. But I don't know. It's more a curiosity thing with the Soviet Lord of the Rings. Are we talking about Rings of Power? Briefly. And then it started to become more. We should turn back to Hunt for Gollum, to be honest. Outside Lord of the Rings, are there any other IPs that interest you right now? Well, in the sense of film and series, like I don't watch series. I know series are very popular, but I don't watch many series. So in this regard, no. Film-wise, I'm curious because I like Mr. Villeneuve. The new Dune film I would be interested in, though I'm not too deep into Dune itself as a franchise, if I'm honest. When it comes to, like, I'm a huge fan of video games, so there's a lot of stuff I'm interested in currently. Dune's really excited for that. Yeah, I'm also very curious what they might do with this. I'm very also interested in, because I like Christopher Nolan and he's one of my of the living directors, one of my favorite directors. So I'm always excited what he's doing. So in his Odyssey film, I'm also curious what he will be doing with that. So his films are less about franchise, just makes a film, and it's maybe interesting and cool to see what he comes up with and his team. But yeah, I don't know. When it comes to video games, I'm deeply into Cyberpunk currently. So Cyberpunk 2077. Have always liked that. I would say I also developed certain expertise about this game. Same with FromSoft Souls games, Elden Ring, for example. Very curious about Nolan's downfall with the new Odyssey. I'm not sure if you have a downfall. Like, it could be a film that people don't like. That is always a possibility. But he made Inception, he made Prestige, he made Interstellar, he made Tenet, which I personally really like Tenet, to be honest. He made Oppenheimer, which I think is maybe his best film he's ever, like, coming, if you like, I don't know, a historical film like that. I think Oppenheimer is maybe his best film even. Like, it's on many levels really, really good. Though I might like Inception more, but that's just thematically, but as just from a filming side of things, I think maybe his best film. So it is possible that also Christopher Nolan delivers a film that's not that great anymore, or that he falls off. But the track record, I didn't mention Dark Knight, so his track record is pretty solid, I would say. Yeah, it might be that he's doing like I'm not too worried, to be honest. He made a film like Tenet. In theory, a film like Tenet can't exist because it's just too. In German would use the word verkopft. What is the good translation for verkopft? I don't know. Overly intellectual. Yeah, kind of goes into the point, but I think it's too complicated. I mean, that's a better word for it. It's just too complicated. Need to make a fourth Batman film with Black Mask as main villain. I don't know if you will do this. I think that the theme of Batman you won't revisit anytime soon. So in this regard, yeah, I'm very curious about that. Have you begun to use AI to look up, research the Legendarium? The AI tools that only check PDFs you give it. No, I have not really used. Sometimes if I write, and I don't know how the phrasing goes exactly, or I don't know. I sometimes use an AI tool to translate a single sentence, though, I have to admit. Or I have to say with... like sometimes I go to DeepL or whatever and just see how it would translate the sentence so I can get a feeling of grammar or stuff. But it's the exception. Like we're talking about like in a script of 10 pages, that's maybe 4 sentences or 5. So something like that. And it's not like I usually copy paste it one by one. Usually I try to rephrase it myself. Often something like, okay, how would I phrase this, because I'm not familiar with a certain term or whatever. But usually I don't use much AI, no. I found a Gemini, yeah, I think I heard like I'm not into the topic too much, to be honest, but using, like usually my go-to thing is DeepL for it, which is I think also a German company. They struggle a bit as well, and I heard since they changed some model or whatever, their translation also went downhill quality-wise. I don't know. Then yeah, the problem is, when it comes to research, I don't know why I would do that, to be honest, because I like reading the stuff myself. When I read the stuff myself, I don't need to, most difficult thing is often finding something. And the problem with LLMs is that they are stupid in many ways. Like, I need correct information. I don't need information that is only correct to 70 to 90% correct of all of it, and 10% are just made up stuff. So, in a way, I mean, I use AI tools in other forms. For example, Photoshop has some very cool AI tools built in for noise reduction, for example. It's really good. I mean, in some cases, I don't know. Let's say you make some weird analysis of words used in Lord of the Rings. You know, that AI tools are usually at least LLMs are very limited when it comes to this, like counting certain words, or if you want to know how certain grammatical or sentence structures are in the text or something. Their AI is really bad, like LLMs are really, really bad at counting. Like, you can post like a text and say, how many times does the word, I don't know, through appear in this text? And then it just gives you a random number, and it's rarely correct. Especially if it's more than 3 or 4 or something like this. Like, it's, at least by my experience, that usually gives very mixed results. And I'm also not a huge fan, because we have the problem, or I, as a lore YouTuber or with a lore channel, see other channels that pump out wrong content about Tolkien with AI tools, and they seem to have some success. I even thought about making a reaction stream to one of these. In some form, there will be some AI in of itself is not the problem. The problem is a bit if you, like, I don't know, if you use some stuff AI can do that humans or other tools simply can't do on the same level. I don't know, make a photo and have a raw file for your photo, digital photography, and you have a dark area where you make your photo, and usually what you will see is a lot of noise in the image due to the high ISO, whatever you call it in English. So there's a lot of noise in the picture. And there are some classic tools that reduce the noise okayish, but AI tools can basically remove it perfectly, which makes, at least on a if you're not a professional or whatever, and don't have very expensive cameras with and lenses with very specific properties and so on, it makes decent quality, especially getting noise out, always very tough when it comes to making photography in the dark. However, with these AI tool, like with an AI noise reduction, you can get noise, like ISO noise it's completely removed from the equation. It's not a problem anymore. It's solved. It's completely solved. So in this regard, that's a game changer if you like photography and stuff like that. It has nothing to do with creating something out of nowhere. It's just reducing little pixels that are noisy, that are the noise in the image. So that's a really cool case. And there are other cases like this. This is a special AI that is basically trained to remove noises. We see this in video games. If you look at deep learning super sampling, as it's called, DLSS, by NVIDIA, for example, where they render the image in a lower quality, upscale it, and reduce basically the upscale artifacts with an AI tool in real time, 60 frames per second or whatever. It's very impressive. Like all the ray tracing stuff you see in video games currently, it's a very noisy image, but due to all these denoiser and trained tools that they developed, they are able to denoise this in real time, and suddenly you get a very crisp, good image. Maybe some problems here and there, but that's very powerful, and just thanks to that. The problem is when we start applying AI to every field. Like when I make a video, usually the part that I like most is research. So for me, I don't want an AI to do the research for me. I want to do the research myself because that's cool. I learn something, I can read Tolkien, and I can present you, my audience, the stuff I have found out. That's a lot of fun. I like editing. One thing I don't like is voice recording. I don't like reading my text here for like hours. If it's a very long video, that's really annoying. Like, it's not annoying, but it's just tough. You know, it's exhausting. It's not my favorite part of the process. So that's, I guess, the part. But currently, like you said, AI slop, there are some channels that pump out like every day or every 3 days like a 50-minute lore video. And this is impossible if you don't use AI tools. And of course, everything there's AI generated. Even the narrating voice. I can't compete with that output. And that currently kind of screws over, I think, because suddenly people pump out content, a lot of content, and only 70 or 60% of what is in the video is actually correct. The other 40 are completely made up, so it's not even correct information. And you have to kind of guess, if you are not deep into the topic, what is correct, what is wrong. And yeah, that people get this as a suggestion on their homepage on YouTube and not my video. As a result, I get less views, and as a result, it becomes more frustrating for me. When it at least would be correct information, I would be, I guess, well, I just got replaced by AI, but that's not the case. The AI tools is linking to the quote in the book after the statements. So you obviously check. I'm not talking about getting AI to generate AI slop. The question, I have not used these tools, so I can't comment on how reliable those tools would be. But the question is still, why would I do that? You know, I guess what can be a bit annoying is if you have something in your mind when you do research and you just remembered it wrong. It's actually not in the book, or you read it in an article and the person in the article never provided source for it, and you think, yeah, wasn't this... I had at this one time, an example is, I had in my mind that there was a mention somewhere that the cloaks of the Nazgul had some spells on them or whatever. And it took me a long time to figure this out. Like, it's not, no, in the main sources you find nothing about this. So there's not anything about spells on them. And there is a source, though, that is like a blogging channel about lore, which actually usually, sometimes I also consulted in the past because he had good articles. And in this one case, I don't know how he came up with it, the person who made it. I searched, like, it's really tough to search for something that doesn't exist, because then you have to search everything to make sure it really doesn't exist. And I searched everything and I could never find it. It took me like many hours to not find it at the end. And then I tried to find where the source for it is online, and then I found the article and he did not provide source. So he also misremembered something simply and put it into his blog and thought, oh, it's written somewhere. But it was not. So as a result, this stuff is I guess the most difficult thing to research. Like if your memory, or if you find information that's simply wrong or whatever, and you never double checked. Hey, storyteller, nice to see you. So in this regard, it could be helpful if you could just 100% reliably check, is there, like, I don't know. I feed it the PDF file of all the works of Tolkien, if I had those, and they were actually in a form that the AI could work with. And then I could ask the AI, give me quotes that kind of support this, or is there any quote that supports this statement? And then 100% reliably, the AI tool would say, no, there's nothing, or these are the tools that at least are distantly similar. I guess something like this could be helpful and just have a better search, because usually when I search manually, I have to remember the phrasing of a sentence, and sometimes that works better, sometimes my memory is not the best in, sometimes I remember something, but I just I memorize what is said, not word by word, but what's the meaning of it, more abstracted. That always makes it kind of difficult to, or that kind of works for me, because sometimes Tolkien is very good at having specific wording sometimes, and then you find them only one time in his book. It's kind of interesting to just remember, okay, I don't know, if I want to know about the snow troll or the cold drake, I know that the term cold minus drake will give me a result pretty fast, or snow minus troll. And we find then the Helm-Hammer hunt, or the war between dwarves and dragons, or something like that section in Lord of the Rings in the appendices. But yeah, it's, I guess, how to say, I need something that is really reliable, otherwise it's not 100% usable. And I have a very early series where it's just about ChatGPT, where I ask ChatGPT lore questions and kind of comment on how the answer is. There was very early ChatGPT. I did this when it came out in the was Corona virus time still, so COVID time. We don't want to think about those times back, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, okay, we come to the question in a moment, Joe. That's a good question though. But yeah, just having a tool that kind of links the associated quotes would not be bad, to be honest. Would basically have a advanced search that's a bit more powerful. Yeah, that would for sure help, I think, if it would be reliable. Hey, Baldur's Fate, nice to see you. So, Storyteller is there. Where was TPH when the Westfold fell? Well, potentially asleep or something. Something like that. Technically not born yet. Okay, so we have the question about the thing AI tools. I was about to say, if you can kill a Maya Balrog with Glamdring, then the same would be true for Anduril Narsil, given both were made by Telchar. Then remembered, we don't know who forged Glamdring. That is true, we don't know who forged Glamdring. Would someone play a prominent role in the hunt for Gollum? It takes place after or before his torture. The hunt for Gollum, it depends a bit how much they cover for it, how much they cover of it. So the story goes, Gollum searches for the ring, and then it's drawn to Mordor. Like, Sauron bends his will to draw every evil being to Mordor, including Gollum, and he's drawn to Mordor for some reason, and then he avoids it, and then he goes into Mordor and is captured there. Then he's tortured, then he's freed, and at this time, Gollum is brought to Mordor Gandalf already searches for him. They can't find him. Then he let's say, well, I can't find him, whatever, we do this later. And then when he renews the search for Gollum later, he's released from his torture and from his captivity in Mordor and goes out. And then pretty much after he's released, Strider catches him in the Dead Marshes directly and then brings him over a long way, which is described in some detail also in Unfinished Tales, I think, to Thranduil. And there he's interrogated by Gandalf then later, which we also cover in my Who is Elrond video. There's a lot of detail. And I'm not sure how much they cover of this, if they cover also the part where he's captured before, or only if it's a part after he's released and is captured by Aragorn again. I'm not 100% sure what they do this, but it could be, I can't answer this because it could be both. So the time span is pretty long, to be honest. What's the other question? If it's icky to use in Tolkien, this prequel. Yeah, in a way, I guess. I mean, it's not only Tolkien, it would be every author in a way. Like, people write something and these channels here, also the channels of the others, be it Nerd of the Rings or Men of the West, and so on and so forth. They have kind of a passion for sure for Tolkien. You might not agree with them always or don't like them or whatever. It doesn't matter too much. At least these people have a passion for the projects and want to talk about it and want to share what they have read, found out with you, and so on and so forth. So that's a huge drive. At least I think it is. It didn't show me tomorrow. You weren't born there, Baldo, yet. So, Joe, sorry for whatever we used and for Gollum. I think in some shape or form they could use some tool here and there. I hope they don't use it for writing stuff. Would someone play a prominent role? I answered that. Gandalf 2.0 says, none of you, so Gandalf the White, none of you have any weapon that could hurt me. Seems like an overstatement to me. What do you think? In a way, that's a really good question, to be honest. As always, Joe, it's a really good question. It's very tough to answer. I was about to say, if you can kill a Maya / Balrog with Glamdring, then the same may be true for Anduril, Narsil, given both were made by Telchar. Then I remembered we don't know who forged Glamdring. Though we don't know it, we definitely know that it is possible to kill. Well, it's a very complicated edge case, I guess. We know that Glorfindel, who also lives or exists in the books of or the Lord of the Rings book, he has killed a Balrog once. We know about that. Tolkien confirms he's the same. The problem is a bit that the story in the Silmarillion about Glorfindel is in this regard from the fall of Gondolin, obviously, and the problem with that is that Tolkien wrote the fall of Gondolin so early that all his considerations about how strong and powerful a Balrog is were changed later on quite a bit. When he started writing the fall of Gondolin, there were armies of Balrogs, but they weren't as powerful as an army each. And later he reduced the size to I don't know, a dozen or I don't know, a handful, two handful, whatever. Like just a few Balrogs, and each of them were basically like an army. And this change in power makes it a bit complicated. So I would say over the development of Tolkien's writings and stories, his metaphysical understanding of how powerful a being is or not changed over time quite a bit. Tolkien's idea, I guess, when he saw Gandalf the White is kind of an angel. Like if Archangel Michael, or whatever stands in front of you and you have your little sword, do you think you can really hurt him? It's maybe a question that came to Tolkien's mind. And he said, well, probably not. Is this true for the evil beings? I'm not sure. What we don't even fully know what the physical status of Gandalf at this point is, because Gandalf the White is a strange edge case that we have not seen anywhere else before, because like most Maiar don't die, and most Maiar don't become something distantly human-like. Like let me read what Tolkien wrote about the definition of an Istar, of a wizard. I always personally call it the definition what this is. We find it in Unfinished Tales. So it's in the essay that is called the Istari, published in Unfinished Tales. I think it's Istari. It should be the last chapter, right, chat? No, the Palantiri is the second last chapter. Sorry, my mistake. And yeah. So the Valar, the so to say gods of the world, which they're not gods technically, but you know what I mean. They say something along those lines that they have to send somebody to counter Sauron in Middle-earth. So we have to send emissaries who would go, for they must be mighty, peers of Sauron, but must forgo might and clothe themselves in flesh, so as to treat on equality and win the trust of elves and men. But this would imperil them, dimming their wisdom and knowledge, and confusing them with fierce cares and wearinesses coming from the flesh. So, in this regard, Tolkien expresses that they are diminished forms. They are not the Maya we used to know, or the Maiar we used to know when they are in their angelic might existing in Aman or something like this. It's somewhat different. So they're to take this flesh disguise, whatever you want to call it. They're to diminish themselves. And then in this form, Gandalf kind of died battling a Maiar who had potentially not this restriction. So was he now able to, I don't know, undo his diminishing a little bit to fight better against the Balrog? I don't know. At the end, both died. And then Gandalf is not going anywhere. He's going to Eru, God himself, and he sends him back. And then we can also read let me see where he expresses this. Let's see, it should be the White Rider. To find the correct chapter, chat. Council, no. Urukai, Tribute, Palantir, Voice, Saruman. White Rider. Here it is, I think. Found the quote, I hope. Fingers crossed it's the right quote, else we have to search again. And so at last, why here the Wind Lord found me again, and he took me up and he bore me away. Ever am I fated to be your burden, friend at need, I said. A burden you have been, he answered, but not so now. Light as a swan's feather, in my claw you are. The sun shines through you. Indeed, I do not think you need me anymore. Were I to let you fall, you would float upon the wind. Do not let me fall, I gasped, for I felt life in me again. Bear me to LotR. I'm not sure how it's pronounced, but whatever. English is sometimes strange. So, in this regard, it seems like the new Gandalf, at least in this form he had at this point, was definitely different from the Gandalf before. He said something like, I have life in me again, so maybe he became more like Gandalf the Grey again from its definition point. I don't know, but I think Gandalf the White was definitely strangely different compared to the original. Why didn't the unfinished tales get finished? Because Tolkien died. It's basically the answer. Or they didn't make it into the appendices as planned because of space restrictions for the book. Like he couldn't have an unlimited amount of pages for the appendices. But yeah, so metaphysically, I guess the Gandalf is a very special thing. So maybe this adds to this. Gandalf is now in the world itself, not just some wizard anymore. Gandalf the White, the wizard. He is kind of the last. Like he was sent back by God himself to kind of do his task there because he was the last in this area, at least. We know Tolkien changed his mind on the Blue Wizards later, but who was successful at what he did, and he was kind of stopped by an ancient foe that was basically still that was once under the command of Morgoth. So a completely different thing. Exactly. He dies, he's resurrected, and then what Gandalf the White exactly is, I don't know. He had definitely a very special authority when he came back, I'm pretty sure. He could also take the authority away from Saruman. And he also says, I'm basically Saruman. There were some other things that he did. We discussed this earlier, where he appears a few times and then disappears again. It's kind of strange. But in this regard, it's he's in a very special position, simply. And Tolkien keeps this, as he just keeps many things mysteriously. So maybe Gandalf 2.0 is more angelic, less of the flesh than 1.0. Yeah, for sure. I think so. He might even in his whole being might be different compared to even to his Olorin form, to his form as a Maya. I'm not 100% sure. I can just speculate about this. But I think when he says, you don't have weapons that can hurt me, like, I don't know. He was like basically like the message of God at this point. It sounds more religious than it should be, but I guess that's true. And you just can't go against the messenger of God. It's different for the Balrog. He's not the messenger of God. He's the foe of God. So, in a just way, you can fight with a sword that is powerful, like Andoril, Narsil, Glamdring, what's the other one? Orcrist. You can fight against the Balrog with those, and maybe also kill the Balrog, because the Balrog has nowhere to go, you know? When the Balrog is killed, or if Saruman is killed, or if Sauron is killed, he kind of implodes to nothingness, in a way. He has nowhere to back up, even though he's a spirit being, but he rebelled against the plan and against the Valar, the representatives of God who kind of try to bring the will of Eru into reality itself. And if somebody dies, they have power over death. They can bring people back. They've done it with Luthien and Beren and so on. There is just a whole different level of backup power, so to say. If Sauron implodes, he can't come back because he can't go to Eru and say, hey, Eru, can you bring me back? Eru would definitely say no, and then there's nothing he can do about it. He's on the wrong path. There's an interesting metaphysical article about Morgoth in this regard, but I think it would also apply to Sauron, in the book Morgoth's Ring, book 10 of History of Middle-earth, and there it basically reads a bit like that he has, like, Morgoth has to betray himself, because in the end, ultimately, he can't win against Eru. He can't undo the work of Eru. He can't undo matter itself, like the soul, so to say, the spirits of people. They are indestructible. He can't destroy them. He can corrupt them and form something out of it if he applies enough force and so on. But what he can't do is undo all of that. That is impossible. And as a result, his rebellion makes no sense. It makes only sense if he starts believing it, that it makes sense, even though he knows it's wrong. And to do this, he has to basically lie to himself. And he became a master of that in a way. And I guess Sauron is in a somewhat similar boat, though Sauron is different than Morgoth. Morgoth is very nihilistic. Sauron, on the other hand, wants to, at least over Middle-earth, he wants to rule and bring his idea of order over it. And that is more realistic in a way than what Sauron does. What is in this regard unrealistic is that he can win against the foes, he can win against Eru and those who Eru might send, because they are sent by all might of Eru. They are they are they have backup basically with unlimited power behind them. And like, of course, when Gandalf is killed, he can be sent back. That is not something that Sauron can do. He can only trick it with his ring, and if he gets defeated, we have this that also Narsil was able to cut off one of the fingers of Sauron. It's very, very strange. Like, if a Maya can't even, be hurt by a normal blade, if that is the statement of Gandalf, then Sauron also should not lose his finger there. But that's kind of different. The question is, why is that different? And I think, and this is my interpretation, I can't give you a 100% definitive answer to this, but it is just that what Sauron has, that Gandalf has, is Gandalf is on the right path. He is fighting, or he is doing his mission for Eru, for God himself. Sauron is rebelling against Eru. So he has no way out. Like in video game language, Sauron is basically, I don't know, in a hardcore run. Like, if he dies, it's over. He has to find tricks and ways to kind of overcome this limitation. The One Ring was one of those tricks, even though I guess not the intended. I guess Sauron never intended this trick to work, because he was surprised that he was still there, I guess, at some point. I think there's a text that kind of expresses that. But yeah, I think that's the biggest difference I can spot between the two, and why it might not be possible to kill Gandalf with Narsil, while it is possible potentially to kill Sauron with Narsil. Or at least damage him to some extent. Like I said, it's if you kill Gandalf, you can be sure he comes back. He will keep coming back, because his task is not finished, and he has to finish his task. I think that is the most important part of this. But in a way, it must not necessarily be that, in a way it could also be that due to him being sent back, his nature is already very different from Sauron's own nature. In a way, and this comes now it goes too much into a theological direction, I think. But if you think about it, Sauron is a leftover of the old mythology. He was there in the First Age, of course. His body was destroyed in the fall of Numenor and so on and so forth. He took a new form, but everything Sauron does is basically based on this ancient lore, his ancient knowledge, and so on and so forth. Gandalf comes only into the equation in the Third Age on Middle-earth anyway, though you could argue he was in Middle-earth before as a guardian, and that's the details. But his main task as an Istar begins in the Third Age, 1000 years in, and then like he is the idea of the Istari is a new idea. Like back in the day, the Valar would just send their armies and intervene, and a big epic battle against evil would destroy Beleriand at the end, because if these powerful forces clash, then it can only result in a lot of damage. And this is something the Valar wanted to avoid, so they went with a different approach. Gandalf is a new approach to how to counter Sauron, to help the people, be a good spirit, advise them, strengthen them in their resilience, in their resistance against the forces of evil, of Sauron then. And he was very successful doing that, you have to admit. And I think this new approach, when Gandalf died, got kind of renewed again, because the others, Radagast is a kind of debatable, but at least Saruman, the leader of this order, failed miserably, and he wanted to become basically either ally with Sauron, or what he really wanted to do is become Sauron 2.0. He wanted to become the next Sauron and bring his idea of order over the world he started hating so much. In this regard, this approach also failed, and it was only kept alive in the last Istari standing, so to say, or staying truthful, or staying faithful, I should say. And then bringing him back was kind of the next renewal. Like, the original Gandalf is sent there by the Valar. Gandalf the White is sent by Eru. That's still a difference. So the Valar kind of represent the will of Eru on Earth and try to make it reality with their powers. Still, there are some aspects of Eru's ideas that they don't fully understand themselves, as they say. Now, cut to Gandalf, and he's sent there directly by Eru for this particular task. That doesn't mean he's there to take the place of Manwë or something. But when it comes to Middle-earth, fighting against Sauron, doing his task, he has the ultimate power now, as with limitations, because he's still just there to help them in their rebellion, like help men and elves and dwarves and whatever in their rebellion against Sauron. It's the task that did not necessarily change, because originally I think the intention between this task was still given by Eru himself as well. However, the authority just got widened a little bit. As a result, he can now kick out Saruman, and I think as a result, they have no weapon that can actually hurt him, that can do any harm to him. Like, even if it could kill him, like, he would just come back, It would be weird if a simple metal, like, in an abstract way, a sword is nothing more than, like, I don't know, a metal bar or whatever you want to call it. Like, it's just a stick with sharp edges, with metal. Do you really think you can stop the plan of the creator of the universe with just a simple metal stick? No, of course you can't. And that, I think, is what Tolkien wanted to express here, though it's just my interpretation. Keep this in mind. And this is different in a way for Sauron, because he has to use an army with metal sticks to basically conquer Middle-earth. Because he does not have the backup of the almighty power of Eru himself. He has to rely on the power of Morgoth that he put into the world itself, and then he can use magic. We have this famous quote from Morgoth's ring, which I don't see here in my list. Where is it? Prerequisite. Let me just see. Morgoth's power was disseminated throughout gold, if nowhere absolute. For he did not create gold. It was nowhere absent. It was this Morgoth's element in matter. So it is specific talked about gold, and now it becomes more general. It was this Morgoth's element, so his power, in matter, indeed, which was prerequisite for such magic and other evils as Sauron practiced with it and upon it. So it was a requirement that he used this power, but this power was limited. And also, in a way, I guess, not very creative or on the same, it can't be on the same scale as the power of Eru himself. As a result, I guess, in a weird way, this is my interpretation again, if he uses his armies, his forges, his orcs with weapons to kill the people and to oppress the people and to conquer the lands and so on, and bring his order over it, he can only do this with this primitive violence. And he can amp this up with his magical powers that he can use due to his knowledge about Morgoth, and use the Morgoth element in matter to do this kind of further. But in doing so, I think he also becomes, in a way, how to say, also vulnerable to the same. Because, I don't know, it's a bit like that originally the body of the Maiar, in some metaphysical text we can read, there's a hint in some of them that they become more bound to the world and to their physical form. Like in their origin, they are just spirits, and they can take a physical form, and they become more and more connected to this physical form as the more they kind of use it and live it. So if they start eating and drinking a lot, they suddenly become more connected to it. They become what they do in a way. If Sauron now does a lot of violence, physical violence, or kind of, this is one of the focuses of his power, having these orc armies with weapons and so on, then in a way, I guess he also becomes vulnerable to exactly the same. He's still very powerful and, but... And I think this is different with Gandalf, because Gandalf, even though in the film we see him fight a lot, but technically Gandalf is an advisor. He's wisdom. He is, foresight. And he defeats Sauron not by himself. He pushes the chess pieces in this big chess game, so to say, around to win at the end. That's a completely different level than what Sauron is doing by just protecting pure strength. It's a different kind of power that meet here. Gandalf does not need to defeat Sauron in a 1v1 duel or something like that. He defeats him, and he doesn't need to defeat his armies in just killing every orc himself. That's not what Gandalf's doing. And I think that might be the big difference. And I think Gandalf gets kind of a reset here. He's more closer to his spirit form again when he becomes Gandalf the White, with of course limitations, but I think it's a different being. That's at least my very long answer to this very tough question. It's a tough question because it's very speculative, but it's a very interesting question. So I'm not sure if this is for you a good answer or a bad answer. I can't tell. But let me just see if the chat still works. Nobody's writing, so either I lost you people or I don't know if this is Joe. I'm not sure if this is a good answer. This, like I said, there's no definitive answer for this. It's just my speculation or my educated guess, if you want to call it like that, why he says this, why it might be overstated. I mean, he also needs this in this situation, but I think you can definitely make arguments why he might be right in there. The question now is, of course, and this is something I've also not thought about myself too much, if you can apply what applies to Gandalf to others. I think that you can't do, fully at least. Might be different for one of the Valar, like if Manwë would be standing there. I would imagine, potentially with a normal sword you can't defeat Manwë also, or hurt him much, because he's also different. Manwë is rarely going into a battle himself, which is different for Morgoth. I guess you could argue he's also rarely going to battles himself, but there's some physicality in what he's doing. And I think due to what he did, he became also very bound to his physical form in comparison. We know that Ringil, the sword of Finarfin, could also hurt and make even Morgoth limp. And he has, I think he has scars after that. The feet of one of the great eagles could also scratch the face of Morgoth and so on. But the question is, could he be killed? I don't know. But I think that due to what Morgoth was doing and becoming more and more connected to his physical form that he had, he also became kind of vulnerable to stuff. And that's why Sauron's finger can also be cut off. That's why Morgoth can limp. I mean, on a more metaphysical level, or on a more meta level, it's just cool mythology, that Tolkien told. And it's very interesting that it has a consequence, even for Morgoth, what is going on there. And we can even read that Fingolfin, Fingolfin fighting Morgoth in this epic duel. You can read that his eyes were glowing like he was one of the Maiar, something like this. Like there's a specific line. It's not exactly like this, but people, if you would see his eyes, he would see, okay, this could be like, he felt more like one of the Maiar than one like an elf. So he was also kind of elevated when he went to this duel. This was also a factor that you have to kind of consider. So I think maybe you could even make an argument due to this that a normal man, even with Ringil, could not hurt Morgoth. Most likely not. But Fingolfin wearing Ringil could do this. I think that's a different who wields the sword, in a way, and what is its cause, and against who is he drawing his sword. I think that's also an important distinction, I guess, because, like you rightfully said, it seems a bit strange, because we know that Narsil could hurt Sauron. So why would it not be able, or if the reforged version of it wouldn't be able to hurt Gandalf? That makes, like, Anduril, why shouldn't it be? If it can hurt one Maiar, it should be it should be able to hurt all the Maiar. But I think there's a lot of details still going on that in the background. But it's a really interesting question. So I'm not sure if it is really possible to answer it. Guy 2.0 sure didn't test the no weapon can hurt me theory with the Witch King. Well, in the Witch King scene in the films is strange because the Witch King makes his make Gandalf's stuff explode, but that does not happen in the books. Like in the book, when they meet in the scene, the riders of Rohan appear, and the Witch King has to take care of that and flies away. So then this never happens in the books. As a result, it's difficult to... It's one of the scenes I would also criticize, because it feels very strange that the Witch King can make Gandalf's staff explode. No, he can't. He's just some dude with some powers, but it's not on the same level, I would say. I need to drink something. A lot of talking. Okay, chat. Is there another question? It's we could maybe jump back to the picture we see here. Is it the right direction? Oh, it's wrong, because it's for me it's mirrored. I'm not too much used to camera stuff. So, are there any details? I think there was a question about Kate Winslet playing Marigold. Of course, when I first read the name Marigold, I thought about the Hobbit name Marigold, which also appears. There's, for example, Marigold Gamgee. That is the youngest child of Hamfest Gamgee, so the little sister of Sam, right? I'm not sure if there's another Marigold mentioned, but of course, Hobbits. There's also Marigold. No, Brandyfoot is from the. No, let's not talk about that. So first I thought, is this a typo? Like, is the D missing at the end? It was my first impression, but of course, I think because it's Smeagol, or Smeagol, I think it might be Mary. It would be a bit strange. Do you have any theory who that person could be? I think there was some speculation that it might be the grandmother of Smeagol. That we get a little bit some more details regarding his past, but I don't know, chat. Halvard, Frodo Baggins, Strider. Yeah, that Strider also gets recast. Was to be expected. Lee Pace back as Thranduil is also kind of cool, I think. He was very popular as Thranduil, very curious. The problem is a bit the hints we get in the Hobbit films. They're always a bit strange with the dragon's fire. I know the dragon fire, and then his face turns kind of weird. I have no idea what's going on there. If we see any of this, though it's not in the book, so I don't know. Gandalf being back as Ian McKellen, also quite interesting. It's Ian McKellen. Yeah, we know it. Ian McKellen is played by Gandalf. No, Ian McKellen plays Gandalf again, which is cool, I think. I would almost have expected that they also recast Gandalf. So I think it's too sacrilegious because it's such an iconic figure in the original films, and as long as Ian McKellen feels fit to play this role, why not? Frodo is back, who is not necessarily. I wouldn't say he's not needed, because all the Crick Hollow stuff happens basically in parallel. Not sure if they. I mean, it's. Elijah Wood is 20. How many years older, Chad? Let's not calculate. Almost 30 years older than he was back in the day. Like, they started filming in 1998 or 1999 or something like this. I think he was kind of 18 or something at this point. 17, 18 he was just back in the day. Now we have 2026. So 28 years ago or something. Yeah, he's 28 years older. Maybe he now fits better to. How old is Elijah Wood then? I can't do math, but he's 1998, so he's 45. Frodo, when he leaves the Shire, is 50, so his age would kind of be fitting to this time in between, I guess. But yeah, I don't know what they are going with this. Very curious. Compared to the very young Frodo we know from the Lord of the Rings trilogy, it could be like, I don't know. I'm really curious what they might do with Frodo Baggins, Elijah Wood. Maybe they. I mean, in The Hobbit he also reappeared, and you notice he looked a bit older than he did, but they tried to really get the looks of old Frodo to some degree back on the screen. Maybe they do some. Maybe they also do some de-aging or something, I'm not sure. There were some scenes with in some cases it has kind of worked, I think. For example, with Indiana Jones, there's a beginning scene with Harrison Ford being de-aged to his young self. And at least at the time when I watched it in cinema, it was an okayish film. It was not the best, but not so. It was not so, let's say, special as the film before that. Was not absolutely fantastic, but it was. I felt like also not a complete catastrophe, but that's my opinion. And the de-aging stuff there, I thought okay. Let me just see if I find something. Fortunately, I don't find it in a high enough quality. Let me see if I find something in 4K. That would be great. I'm careful that I don't get claimed here. Well, I just post you the other thing here in chat. If you haven't seen it, I'm not sure if you have seen the film. It's not about the film. It's just how good the de-aging tech is. And this film is from 2023. It's now 3 years later. So it will be 4 years later when the film comes out. So it doesn't matter too much. However, the point is a bit that, yeah, it could become even better than that. So maybe they go into this direction. I don't know, chat. What do you think? Yeah, I just said he's now much, much closer to much closer to his actual age. Also need to check something really quick, chat. Okay, sorry, chat. Was just distracted for a moment. Yeah, Elijah Wood is now 45. I looked it up. So yeah, around the time that where the Hunt of Gollum, the Hunt for Gollum plays, he is age-wise, he's much closer to what his age in the book. I'm not sure if they go this all in, but though to be fair, Frodo's role in this time, at least if they focus more on Gollum, isn't that big anyway. So I don't fully see. I could imagine that they maybe do something short. Maybe they do something with the aging. I'm not sure. Question: who was the king whose statue was beheaded on the crossroads to Mordor that Sam and Frodo witness? I think that should be the statue of Earnur. I always suspected. The last king of Gondor. I'm not 100% sure though. But wasn't this the last king of Gondor? I mean, it could also be another king of Gondor, to be fair. But it would maybe kind of make sense. Just waiting for chat to kind of confirm it or not. Sorry for... Is my camera broken? No, it's not. I'm just looking very concentrated on the screen. Sorry for that. So, yeah, I don't know. These were kind of my thoughts about this. I don't know where exactly they found the statue. Maybe it was Anarion. Let's look into the book. Crossroads 4. Okay, I have an idea, chat. We have to... I have to find the page, though. One moment, chat. Stuff like this, usually a good source for it is the Reader's Companion. Let's look into the Reader's Companion. Maybe there's a note, interpretations, a thought there. That's a good point. Where is it, though? There. Okay, it's on page 702 in the 50th anniversary. One moment, chat. We can also transition back to this scene here. One moment, chat. Let me search the page. I guess while we do it, I can just give you a small commercial break. Because it will take me a moment to find it. But I'm still there. So, chat. Fortunately, I only get a comparison, I think, to Egyptian stuff, which isn't really helping. Yeah, I found the section in the book. Also, welcome. Nice to see you. But yeah, do you think Viggo will show up? It would be pretty cool for him to have like a cool little thing here. I'm not sure if you see it right now. I hope not. There's only a comment on, which is kind of funny here in the book. I think. The eyes were hollow and the carven beard was broken. It's written here. However, we know it's kind of an interesting detail, but we know from the later writings that the Gondorian kings have no beards because of their elven ancestry in their line. That's also why Aragorn has no beard, but it's kind of interesting. You can speculate that Tolkien maybe had this whole conception of beards not fully in his mind yet when he wrote these lines. But yeah, it's a different question though. Unfortunately, I can't really. It's unfortunately not mentioned here which king it is, to be honest. So maybe it is Isildur, Anarion. I don't know. It's not described in the book. Headless statue that had once been a king and still wore a crown of golden flowers. Sam looked at it. The king got a crown again. Very tough question. Hard to figure out because it's not described. Yeah, maybe it was built at the same time. Then it would be either Anarion or Isildur. At length they reached the trees and found that they stood in a great roofless ring open in the middle to the somber sky. And the spaces between their immense bolts were like the great dark arches of some ruined hall. In the very center, 4 ways met. Behind them lay the road to the Morannon. Before them it ran out against upon its long journey south. To their right, the road from Old Osgiliath came climbing up the crossing and passed out eastward into darkness. The 4th way, the road they were to take. Standing there for a moment filled with dread, Frodo became aware that a light was shining. He saw it glowing on Sam's face beside him. Turning towards it, he saw beyond an arc of boughs the road of Osgiliath running almost as straight as a stretched ribbon down into the west. There, far away beyond sat Gondor, now overwhelmed in shade. The sun was sinking, finding at last the hem of the great slow-rolling pall of cloud, and falling in an ominous fire towards the yet unsullied sea. The brief glow fell upon a huge sitting figure, still and solemn as the great stone kings of Argonath. The years had gnawed it, and violent hands had maimed it. Its head was gone, and in its place was set in mockery a round, rough-hewn stone, rudely painted by savage hands in the likeness of a grinning face with one large red eye in the midst of its forehead. Upon its knees and mighty chair, and all about the pedestal, were idle scrolls mixed with the foul symbols of the maggot folk of Mordor used. Suddenly, Suddenly, caught by the level beams, Frodo saw the old king's head. It was lying rolled away by the roadside. "Look, Sam," he cried, startled into speech. "Look, the king has got a crown again." The eyes were hollow, and the carven beard was broken, but about the high stern forehead there was a coronal of silver and gold. A tailing plant with flowers like small white stars had bound itself across the brows, as if in reverence for the fallen king, and in the crevices of his stony hair yellow stone crop gleamed. "They cannot conquer forever," said Frodo, and then suddenly the brief glimpse was gone. The sun dipped and vanished, as if at the shutting of a lamp black night fell. So that's the section badly read by my side, but at least we found it. So the only reference in the text we find is about the Argonath, which is Anarion and Isildur, which would make sense that they have statues, but I guess it could be any king. You're right, the argument against it being a statue of Earnur would be of the last king. I guess he was not at first. He was maybe not as not popular enough to earn having statues in his realm. Well, I guess the king could just say, "Build me statues worthy of Gondor" or something like this. But I guess they didn't control the Ithilien at this time. You are right. I just I'm just searching my chat window. Maybe Elendil, but it was a Gondor region, and even though he was a high king of Arnor and Gondor, hard to tell. Yeah, usually statues are for deceased kings. Yeah, maybe they build it later. After that, maybe Anarion's son built it for the ancestors. I guess a lot of possible ways. Now I think there should be 2 more such statues. One Doscilis and one the Balena with all 3. Maybe. So I guess the original, the old, there could be many kings. There were very successful kings in the history of Gondor that could have earned their statue at some point. Like we have the Great Sea Kings and so on. Really hard to tell. What is interesting is the only thing that I don't know if it makes sense. Yeah, it could also be not necessarily a specific king, but I don't know, a figure symbol of the king. Hard to tell. But usually, I guess you would just portray a very specific king, which are the most important kings for Gondor, Anarion, I guess, and maybe Isildur. So it could be a statue of those 2. What is interesting is as in reverence for the fallen king. It's difficult what they mean. Is this a hint for us that it must be a king that has been that has fallen? Earnor is a fallen king. Anarion definitely was also slain in battle, so he is a fallen king, I guess. Isildur was also slain and died, so he's also a fallen king, would also work. That is also a good way. Your headcanon Isildur ordered this statue in order to commemorate his brother. Definitely a good suggestion. Yeah, the location makes it hard to speculate. It's really tough to answer. It could be the last king or a new. It could be. I mean, was Earnor popular? I think he was not that popular, if I remember correctly. He was kind of very stubborn, and before Earnor was his father, who was, I guess, definitely popular. At least they decided for him. Which, of course, was Earnil II. After Ondoher died and his sons died in battle, only his daughter survived, and she married Arvedui. Arvedui was the last king of Arnor, and he said, well, I'm from the line of Isildur, so maybe I should become king of Gondor, I guess. And they said, no, we already have Earnil. He's our great commander, won us the battle there. And then he was also from the line of Isildur and from Anarion. Technically, it's from Anarion's line, but not Isildur's line. However, yeah. Statue of Anarion would have been built in Minas Arnor, I think. For sure, he has a statue in Minas Tirith / Minas Arnor as well. But I think for a highly developed folk like Gondor, it would not be unreasonable that they have some statues in their realm somewhere, just because they like they're humans, they like art and stuff like that. So, and in times when stuff goes well, you might build a statue or two here and there. But yeah, like I said, it could literally be any king. It's really tough. That is also true. Anarion defended the borders of Gondor against Mordor for quite some time, as I say, 2 years. It's definitely quite a time till the last alliance assembled, and then when they came until this point, he was on his own. So yeah, it is definitely possible. But it's not like, why would a king get one statue? Like, if you Google, I don't know, Queen Victoria Memorial or statue, you will find multiple statues of Queen Victoria. I'm not sure why I come up was the one monarch of the, at least English dynasty, that came up to my mind. Just, there's more than one statue. Like, it's not like, why wouldn't she have... Why wouldn't a king have multiple statues? Hey Apex, nice to see you. They mentioned the Blue Wizards, and yet that's the only thing we know about them. Were they not worth talking about? Can you give a bit more context for the question? Although when it comes to kings and stuff, yeah, I don't know. We kicked out our royal people. No, not kicked out, but they play not really a big role every time. Every time a royal pops up in media in Germany, it's always something terrible. I think, oh god, not these guys again. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's maybe different for other countries with maybe a more stable monarchy. What do you call it? Leftovers in them. So who's they? Who mentioned the Blue Wizards? And that's the only thing we know about them. Well, we know multiple things about the Blue Wizards, but Tolkien had given us very little information. Were they not, I think you mean, were they not worth talking about? I like talking about them a lot. The problem is, as you already stated, we know so little about it. Why did Tolkien mention them so little? Because they are not part of the biggest story. I'm not even sure when Tolkien came up with the Blue Wizards, to be honest. There's a letter from 1958, I think, and in it he mentions that there might be 2 more wizards. I think I'm not sure if he even mentioned that they are the Blue Wizards, but there was a question of a reader, and that was asked. He mentions that there are 5 wizard stuff, so there must be 5 wizards. We only know 3 wizards, so who are the other 2? And Tolkien answered in this letter, well, I don't know, basically, but they could be leaders of secret cults, but they most likely failed. And in 1956, he wrote another essay about the Istari, and there he mentioned them by name, Alatar and Palando, and there they fail. And then in the 70s, or maybe 69, 70, 71, 72, something in these years, very last years of Tolkien's life, he died 73, Tolkien wrote some obscure note that they are now called Darkness Slayer and East Helper, Romestamo and Morinechtar. Morinechtar is Darkness Slayer, Romestamo is East Helper. And they are suddenly successful in what they are doing. They try to find, when come in the Second Age to Middle-earth, they try to find Sauron after he got defeated by the Last Alliance. Like Sauron's spirit fled into the east then, and then they try to find him then in the east, because that is, as the name East Helper suggests, that's where they were active. And then they were not successful there. But they managed to send dissension and disarray. What do you call it? No, not this. What is the English word for it, chat? I forgot. Let me just double check here. You can just read it from the text. They managed to create enough Morinechtar. Dissension and disarray among the Dark East. They must have had very great influence on the history of the Second Age and Third Age in weakening and disarraying the forces of East, who would both in the Second Age and Third Age otherwise have outnumbered the West. And the story is in the West. Northwest. West. So that's kind of the story and idea behind all of that. I wonder if the number 5 wizard was important to Tolkien for some reason. Is 5 more appropriate than 3 for some fundamental reason? That's a good question as well. As always. Exactly. He mentions this in the chapter Saruman's Voice. He mentions by the rods. Yes, when you have the keys of Barad-dûr itself, he Saruman says mockingly to Gandalf, I suppose, and the crowns of the 7 kings, and the rods of the 5 wizards, and have purchased yourself a pair of boots many sizes larger than those that you wear now. And here he mentions, by accident, kind of, that the rods of the 5 wizards, not the 5 rods of wizards, but 5 rods of wizards. He mentions 5 wizards. We know 3, who are the other 2. That's where the question came up. Does this mean they were crying babies for years? That would be awful. Like if it's a complicated question, but if I remember it correctly, it's the time that I read the early life cycles of the elves. First of all, elvish women are very pregnant longer than human women. So I think a couple of years. And the pregnancy for elven women is not as terrible as for human women. So there's definitely a difference. There's some theological interpretation of this, that elves are closer to the original idea of men compared to how men in the Bible, in the biblical sense, compared to how men are now. Like, there's a theory, for example, that Mary was was in this regard very different than normal women, and closer to the original, how men were supposed to be originally. And elves are kind of the idea, that's an interpretation, a theological interpretation of what Tolkien wrote there. On this regard, that elves are basically the same. They are what men once were intended to be, and then men in Tolkien's world are after the original sin, so to say, when they got kicked out of paradise. That's men in Tolkien's world, and elves are basically Adam and Eve style in the original form. But it goes maybe a bit too far. Not sure how I got what the point was that I tried to make. But yeah, the reason is, yeah, that's the point. The reason is, in the biblical sense, you have like the God curses Adam and Eve, and especially Eve, that under pain she should, what do you call it, bear the life into the world. I'm not sure what the correct biblical phrasing in English is. But yeah, that's kind of the biblical explanation why birth is such a pain. And that was different in the original plan. That's kind of was a feature later, and yeah, there's the theological interpretation that this was different. Tolkien also expresses at least that pregnancy and giving birth for elvish women is definitely different than for normal women, for human women or women of men. So in this regard, also, if I remember correctly, elves age at the beginning very fast to a somewhat not grown up, but to a more like I think they are not longer babies, crying babies, as you said, than before, but they have a very long youth phase and then grow up. It takes like, for them to be counted as grown-ups, I think it takes like, in my head it's something like 1,000 years, but I'm not 100% sure. I would have to read about this idea. There's an interesting, because Tolkien writes about the elvish, young elvish phase. He had once the idea that elves, when they die, are reborn. So they needed a phase. Tolkien had to invent a phase where they regain their memory of who they once were. However, Tolkien changed this, and then elves get re-embodied. So basically, their spirit rests in the halls of Mandos, which is kind of it's a place where the dead souls go, and wait there. And then at some point, if the elves were just in their life before, Manwë has the authority and ability from Eru to basically recreate their body from, that fitting to their spirit. He gives them basically a new body, and then the spirit of the elf can possess this body again, and then he becomes an elf. And he's basically whole again, because elves are only complete when they have body and spirit. It's different for a Maya, which are spirit beings. So in this regard, if I remember this correctly, Tolkien changed this idea. So this whole idea about elvish use, in my head at least, is connected to this idea of rebirth still. So I'm not sure how much Tolkien writes about the life cycles after he changed his idea of rebirth. That makes answering the question a bit difficult because there could be some mix in the writing development. I would need to simply read all the stuff again to give you a really, really good answer. But the vague answer, something like that. And here's the laws and customs summary of it. It's Morgoth's Ring. There's a section called Laws and Custom among the Eldar. I'm not, like I said, I'm not 100% sure if this is, yeah. Ondo just raiding. Hey Ondo, nice to see you. Yeah, we have a lore stream here currently. Shoutouts. We have to look up. I could swear the elf pregnancy was a lot longer. It's really complicated. I could swear I remember an interview with Mr. Hostetter who talked about exactly this. But yeah, I hope you had a good stream, Auto TV people. Nice to see you. We're currently in the English Law Q&A stream, so we're discussing how long elves are babies in Tolkien's world. But to give you the summary, I'm not 100% sure anymore on the how long elvish women are pregnant. It seems like according to laws and custom only 1 year, but I could swear there was in Nature of Middle-earth or something was a new text where it is like multiple years. Wait a moment. We could just look into this. The summary is very old. It's older than Nature of Middle-earth. That's often a problem. Pregnancy. Maybe I also remember it wrong. Yeah, there's an update on this. The text presents here, for the most part, fall into one of the 3 stages based on the apparent conceptual progression in the period of Elvish gestation. Is this how we pronounce it, Chad? Gestation, okay, Schwangerschaft. Gestation in the womb. The first in which the elf gestate for 8 or more, usually LotR, as a solar year is called in Quenya. So according to this text, they are pregnant for 8 to 9 years. It's kind of a bit different than human standards. But I don't know which text is older, this one here or the other one. This text is called, no, it's introduction. It's in the introduction. It is The March of the Quendi. This text is from 1959 roundabout, the text. I'm not sure when Laws and Customs was written, also around this time, so it might be an iteration of that. I'm not sure. Would have to do some research and to give you the exact number for that. However, the rest should be kind of correct, though. So, in their first year, elves learned to speak, walk, and dance already. So, no, elves are not long crybabies. By the third year, men noticeably grew faster than elves. When a man reached his full height, an elf of similar age would look to be about 7 years old. So when a man, I don't know, when you reach full height, 16, 17, 18, something like that, I think up to 21, depending on the person. So, yeah, an elf of similar age, 20-year-old elf looks like a 7-year-old child. So they kind of skip the baby phase, so to say, not face, the face. And then they accelerate a lot in this year until they reach the third year. And then they stay in this 7-year-old looking elvish child mode for a long time. 50 years old was a typical age of an elf to be fully grown. So it took 50 years for an elf to be fully grown. And some wouldn't reach the stage until they were 100. Past this point, elves will continue to age, though slowly. Eventually, their spirits will consume their body. Yeah, okay, that's complicated stuff there. And will fade away till they... but only if they stay in Middle-earth. So it's not like in Frieren, where Frieren is like 18 when she is 1,000 years old. I mean, in a way, yes, it is. Because when they are 1,000 years old, they are kind of, I think with 1,000 they are already considered adults, the elves in Tolkien's universe, and they age very slowly from when they're 100, they are fully grown. So I guess when they're 100, they look like somebody who's 18 or 20 or something, and then from there, the age, like, I don't know. When they're 1,000 years old, they are like 21 or maybe 25 or something like that. 27 maybe, depending on culture, when you consider somebody fully grown. I don't know. But yeah, something like that. What was the other question, chat? Unless you are Fëanor's mum. Yikes. Yeah. Today's Mother's Day in the United States. It's also Mother's Day here in Germany. Good day to discuss elvish motherhood. That's kind of true, I guess. Yeah, Fëanor's wife... It's complicated. Fëanor's wife did not die during giving birth. She died. After giving birth. Her spirit was exhausted, because I think the idea is a bit that part of their spirit goes into the child or whatever, and Fëanor consumed so much of it that she felt very exhausted and kind of empty after that. Then she lay down to rest, and then her spirit left her body behind and went into the halls of Mandos, and her body was, since it doesn't die, was still intact. She was not dead. It's just body and spirit went separate ways. Okay, now we have also questions in the YouTube chat. And half-elves can decide for themselves if they become elvish or human, right? Yes. The problem with the half-elves though is that not every half-elf is a half-elf. That's a bit complicated in Tolkien's universe. There is a specific group of people, Elrond is one of them, who are considered half-elven. But not every being who has one parent elf and one parent man is an half-elf. Technically, there's a case of Dior. Dior is the son of Luthien, an elf maid, and Beren, a man, and he is I think considered also man. He's not an half-elf, though he's also taken as elf. I don't know. He's in a very weird state. And then there's another special case. What's his name? Imrazor, I think. And he has his wife, is a man of the Dunedain of ancestry Numenor. And his wife was Mithrelas. And I think it's Imrazor. Let me just double check it. Don't want to talk nonsense here. Mithrelas. And she's an elf maiden. And their children, Imrazor, the children is Galador. And from Galador, the princes of Dol Amros descend. And they are not considered elves. Or half-elves. And they have Numenorian lifespan. It's a bit complicated. Because technically the first half-elves were the children... funnily enough, were the children of Dior. Like Elwing is a half-elf. Elwing's father is Dior, and her mother is Nimloth. Nimloth is an elf. Dior is technically also half-elven, but he's never called half-elven. Like he's in a really... Here in the book, okay, that is interesting. Here in the wiki, it says that Dior was the first of the Perethil, which means half-elven. But I think that's... I would like to see the source on that. Names of Finwë, page 340. I double check the sources for that because I'm pretty sure they are never called half-elven technically. Peoples of Middle-earth. One moment, chat. Okay. Now we are pretty much lost in this here. So the wiki says page 348. Let me just check it here. We have here the book Peoples. This is the right one, yeah. Peoples of Middle-earth. History of Middle-earth, book 12. Here they have page 348, which is good because as a result I know where I have to look. Okay, that is interesting. Here it really says this. Eärendil was thus the second of the Pereldar, half-elven. The elder being Dior, son of Beren Luthien, daughter of King Sigurd. His names were given in Quenya. Wait, is this in the Shibboleth? Or is this a comment? Very strange. It is... We have a note 50 here. What was the other page? 369. Oh, very curious. You also find Elwing already. The problem of Oros. He also says he's the first of the Peredil. Interesting thing. When was the text written? It's a late text. Very interesting. I never had the feeling that the term half-elven was used in the context of Dior. Very interesting. But yeah, then technically Dior also would have to decide if he is. However, the reason why I think that this is kind of different, in a way, he's half-elven, but the decision of how long your life has, if you want to live as man or as elf, like what your lifespan wants to be, this comes only with Elwing and her husband, who also is half-elven, Idril and Tuor's son. What's the name? Eärendil, yeah. Eärendil is the name. Just thinking. It's not. I want to say Elendil, but Elendil is clearly the wrong one. Eärendil, the father of Elrond and Elros, and Elwing, obviously the mother of Elrond and Elros. They both were counted as half-elven already, and when like Elwing was turned into a bird, and then she flew to her husband, who was on a boat trying to reach the Undying Lands, and he reached the Undying Lands, and usually men are not allowed there, but he was not man, he was half elf, half man, so it was kind of a special case. And when he was there, the Valar said, you have to decide, do you want to be counted towards men or towards elves? And Elendil and Elwing decided to be counted towards elves, which is different for Elros, who decided to be counted as men later, their son, while Elrond decided to be counted as elf again. So yeah, it's a bit complicated in this regard, and that's the reason why I think the idea of the half-elves is there, and with basically the decision of Arwen, the half-elven line already ends. Like this thing. Otherwise, their son would also, like Eldarion, I think it's the name of Arwen's and Aragorn's son, they also would have to decide. But there the decision right doesn't reach them, because it ends before. it's a bit complicated as a result. Like the concept of half-elves is very complicated. That's why I'm surprised that Tolkien actually made, at one time in his life, said, yeah, I think he should be an half-elf. I'm really surprised by that, to be honest. Eärendil was thus the second of the PDL. When is this? Is in the Shibboleth of Fëanor. Mostly copies of a publication note of February 1968. So late in his life, Tolkien wrote this. Fascinating. But yeah, that makes it even more complicated then. Because, yeah, this decision idea for half-elves is not, though, something that Dior had to deal with. Only Eärendil and Elwing had to deal with it. And then after that, Elrond and Arwen. Arwen is basically the last half-elven already. The term half-elf has an inherent bias. Aren't they equally half-men? That is true, I guess. I'm just thinking about from whose perspective it is written. Would a child of a half-elf and a human be a quarter-elf? Maybe. No. Like I said, the terminology for the half-elves is usually very encompassed around the specific family of half-elves: Dior, Eärendil, Elwing, Elros, and Elrond, and Arwen, and of course Eladan and Elrohir, Arwen's brothers as well. It's complicated as always, chat. What can I say? It's just complicated. That's why I'm so surprised that Dior kind of counts, because I thought, well, the decision idea wasn't up there. Why? I thought he's just an elf, or he's just a man. One of those. But he's not something in between. Half-man sounds like a bit of an insult. Yeah, maybe. Half-elf sounds like something... I guess it depends on from which perspective you would say. From the elvish perspective, if somebody is not a full elf, you would say, yeah, he's just a half elf. From the men perspective, you would say, yeah, he's not a man, he's an half man. So I guess it depends on the perspective of a writer. You also say he's an half orc. What is the other half then? But there, with the half orc, I think there's a bias. Like, I think you're right. There's actually a bias in it. Like, if you say somebody's an half orc, you know, a half orc is also a half man. But the information, what the other half is only important from the perspective of who you are, if that makes sense. Yeah, the naming bias betrays a human as a norm perspective. It's kind of it's really an interesting detail, because I think the reason why men are always left out in this bias is because they are the only beings that can half-bred. Like, there are no half-dwarfs or no, like a half-orc must be a mixture between man and orc. A half-elf must be a mixture between man and orc. You don't expect a half-elf to be a mixture between elf and dwarf or whatever. Or an N. It's kind of weird. Let's not go into these territories. But yeah, the humans are the norm perspective from this kind of. Maybe it is written like this because we read it as humans. So for us, the information that they are somewhat human is not unusual. For the important information for us is that they are also elf or also orc or whatever. Those are the reasons why Dungeons and Dragons moved away from that nomenclature lately. What is their solution for it, though? Like, I haven't played the last version. I have played 4 a little bit. I think I have looked into 5, but I'm not playing it currently. So when you are deeper into this, it would be interesting to know. So I know there are also the half species in the Dungeons and Dragons universe, which is inspired by Tolkien, obviously. So what is the terminology then there for? I don't know what. I mean, they're also elves, so they are half elves in. They're definitely half elves in D&D. Were baby ants sprouted from seeds planted in the ground? I don't know. Maybe. I think I'm potentially. There's no clear solution yet. It's just that all the references to half X races is absent from the new rulebooks. Oh, it's completely absent. So it's not there anymore. That's interesting. Well, they will find a solution. It's conspicuous that there are no half-elves and half-orcs anymore. Interesting. Well, that's definitely weird stuff. Not gonna lie. So chat, we have 4 hours. That's usually our limit here when we do lore Q&A streams. To be fair, I don't know. Well, it would be not a bad idea to end the stream soon. I know these streams are rare. It was a pretty interesting stream though. Thanks for the cool questions. If you have a question, it's now the time to put it out and we just try to answer it really fast. But then I would just call it a day very soon. No need to be in a hurry here, but just that you know. Did I overlook? Maybe overlooked a question or two. I'm sorry for that. It's always like that. And we can come back to the Viggo Mortensen question because I'm not sure how much I said or tried to answer this. But yeah, as we can see here, Jamie Dornan, I think it's pronounced, plays Strider now instead of Viggo Mortensen. It would be really, really cool if there would be the old Viggo Mortensen telling the story to his son or whatever, and we see him in some capacity as an Easter egg, a little cameo here or whatever, a flash forward, whatever you flash forward, whatever you call it. That would be pretty cool. In my opinion, I'm not sure if we will get that though. It would be cool, I have to admit. Because I really like Viggo Mortensen and he's very iconic when it comes to portraying these characters. Leo Woodall, however pronounced, Halvard. I'm not sure who that is. The name does not show up in the wiki. Halvard sounds, I don't know. It doesn't sound like okay, let's double check before I go out of talk nonsense. Elf. Let's go to elfdict.com. Nuldurin, Sindarin. Hal exists means to lift. Can also mean fish. To be fair, Halvard sounds more Old English or something. If that's the case, then it would be in the realm of Rohan. House of Harless. Yeah, something like that. It's also clear that the new rule of determining racial features of a child, of human and elf, for example, is simply should human or elf features, not a combination of both. Races are called species. To be fair, as a German, I also always try to avoid the word race, especially in the context of humans. In the case of Lord of the Rings, it kind of makes sense, I guess, because they are different. I don't know. For me, like I said, as a German, the term race has a really bad reputation in the German language. Let's put it that way. And for obvious reasons. And I don't know. That's why some don't care, and I don't judge anybody who use it in German, but I usually also try to go with the word species. Yeah. Exactly. They try to move away from that. I don't know. I mean, they could just change this in the German version of the book. I know. Okay, so what does Vard mean? Quenya Vardo Meoita. Meoita. Strange word. Prince of Cats. Mm. Rule, govern. Halvard. Okay, let's check Old English then. Okay, Hal in Old English would mean sound, healthy, or if something is intact. Sound. Isn't there an English way of saying when something is sound that it's intact, you know? Whole, undivided. Okay, I have the feeling in Old English we find better stuff. In Old Norse, there's Varð, first version of Varða. To be. Let's see. Do we have unlikely that Vard is related to Varda. Yeah, I think that's. Let me just look up the elf the Varda name. Varda is a feminine form meaning exalted, lofty, sublime. No, I don't see it in this context, to be honest. I think Halvard sounds more like an Old English name or something like that, or an Old Norse name. Does Hal exist in Old Norse? Old Swedish? That's usually a good starting point. Old Swedish. There. A more or less flat, often sloping section of rock surface. Well. Old Norse version is Haller. Okay, there is Norwegian Nynorsk. Their Halvard is a given name from the Old Norse variant Halvard, written with 2 L. Haller, stone. Vorder, guardian. Stone guardian would be the the Norse, not Old Norse. The Old Norse version would be Halvarder. Stone Guardian. Written with 2 L though, instead of with 1 L. Haldir, meaning hidden hero. It's also a good starting point. Haldir. The word, like I said, the word or the word Hall exists in Elf dictionary. In the Elvish dictionary, I found Hall, of course. Like Haldir. Okay, otherwise never say how this word works. Lift. Brandir, Kondir. Very strange Haldir. That means hidden hero. The exact etymology is not known of this. It seems Sindarin. Whatever. Halvard. I can't find the word Vard except in Varda. Then it would mean hidden exalted if they go into this route, but I don't think so. They translated with hero because dir is often like something like men. Yeah, Halbrand would be hidden fire. My translation back in the day was still different. But it's not Sindarin. Like, we can't mix stuff up. Like, I don't know. It could also mean whole fire or intact fire, Halbrand. I don't know, chat. Let's. Wait, is there an etymology section for Halbrand in the Tolkien Gateway? Yes, Halbarad. Sindarin. Barad, tower. Hall, exalted high. Etymology. The show's writers have never revealed the etymology of the name Halbrand. It has been speculated that it could possibly be a Sindari name, comprised of the element brand, towering, tall, massive, and the Noldorin Hall, exalted high. But it seems more likely the name is driven from Old English brand, fire, brand, torch, sword. In the Southlanders do not generally seem to have used Elvish names. No, it seems very unlikely that as a Southlander man, Halbrand is in a way considered a name of Elvish origin. The word hole und Hall are also related, it seems. In Isengard, Hobbit Aragorn discussed also Saruman's creatures who sounds like half-orcs. Yeah, that's what I meant. They are half men and half-orc. Yeah, exactly. They call them half-orc, but they are also half men. So, like Elrond is half, or Elros, and Elros, Elrond, Elwing, and so on. They're also half men. But the half-orcs are also half men. But to let us know what the other half is, they call them half-orcs and half-elves. It's kind of fascinating. But whatever, chat. So, yeah. Halvard. Like I said, it seems the name Halvard exists. And we have multiple origins for this. We can't end the stream, chat. There is one thing that we have not done yet. And you know what it is. We all know what it is. It's map time. Not to be confused with nap time. That's something different. But we have map time. Yeah. Joe knows the stream. So if we look at the map, we know the people in this region here, in Dale. So this region here seems to have Old Norse names, because a lot of the names of the dwarves and so on are all derived from Old Norse. It's not their real names, because they are in the Dwarven language, but it's secret. So they give themselves names of the tongue of men in this region. And it seems like in the region, Erebor, those names were Old Norse. We have Thorin, we have Bifor, Bofur, Bombur, and all the names. And all these names are derived from the poetic Edda. What's it called? Dwergatal, the Tale of the Dwarfs. And it is, also the name Gandalf is from there. So these are all Old Norse names. Then we have a third group. We have the so-called Eotheot, the ancestors of the people of Rohan. The people of Rohan have their language, and their names also are represented by Old English, Theoden, Eowyn, Eomer, and so on. We have the Soothburg, the Südburg, Southburg, Helm's Deep here. It is a bit difficult to move the stuff here around. However, the ancestors of or people of Rohan, the first king was Eorl, and his father was Leot, and his father, I forgot who the father of Leot was. Hey, Rico Thingle, nice to see you. Awesome that you could catch the stream. Hope you had a happy Mother's Day. Yeah, we even discussed the motherhood of elves for a moment in the stream to do the day justice. We noticed, and now we are. We had the discussion. To just we looked at the name Halvard and thought, where could this name be from? And yeah, we're just discussing the region. So here in this region, Old Norse names, it seems, maybe also up into this region, who knows? Then we have the Eotheot. And they also, as the name suggests, have Old English names, same as the people of Rohan. However, there was one very early time in the naming scheme of these people of the Eotheot, or their ancestors, where they had Gothic names. That is the case with Widomavi, Widogavia, Winidharia, and all their names that are Gothic names. And these are basically the wild mix of languages, in a way, of Old Norse languages, like of Germanic languages. We have the North Germanic languages with Old Norse. We have the West Germanic languages with Old English or Anglo-Saxon. And then we have with Gothic the East Germanic languages. Different Germanic language groups which are kind of projected here. It's a bit mixed around though, I guess. Because here in the East we have the Norse language. Then in the south, I guess also here in the north, Framsburg, also Old English, we have the Eotheot and the people of Rohan, which is Old English. And somewhere here in the middle we have Gothic. I don't know. But only in very early times. It's a bit strange. But I would definitely say at the end of the Third Age, the Gothic names are completely gone. We only have Old English and Old Norse names in the late Third Age as leftovers. And it's like in the world the names are different, but Tolkien writes his books from the perspective that he found ancient records of these stories and translates them into modern English, and to put other languages that he has to deal with in the stories, to put them into perspective of the others. He uses real-world explanations for those languages, or representative languages to represent these fictive languages, which is an Old English. I guess a trick he does, so he doesn't have to invent 5,000 different languages. So he can just say, well, we need a language for the people of Rohan which sounds ancient, but is very related to the language which is the normal people, the normal folk in the Shire speak. There they speak English, but they have Old English related names, and the language that Rohan speaks has to feel in relation to that language, kind of old-fashioned, very, very old school. So he represents the language of the people of Rohan with Old English. That's kind of the trick he's doing there. Even though, like, for example, Frodo, his name in the world is Maura Labingi, is the actual name in the world, but in the translation of this name is Frodo. Maura means experienced in the fictive language that they speak in the world, and that means experienced. So he needs the translation. What does experienced mean in Old English? Something like, if I remember correctly, frot. So he takes frot and adds an O to it to make it like a masculine form, and pronounces it modern English. So it becomes Frodo. And this is how the translation works. Or the idea behind the naming schemes of these regions. However, Halvard, sounds definitely like Aragorn catches Gollum here in the Dead Marshes. So Sauron brings him to Barad-dûr. Then he allows Frodo to go, Hey, Gollum to go. Gollum thinks he escaped or whatever. And the reason why Sauron lets him go, he sees some malice in him. He knows that this malice he can bring over his foes, and that's why he lets him go in a way. Maybe he sees that he has still a role to play. Maybe his biggest mistake, I guess. Maybe not. And then Frodo, I'm not sure if he leaves over Kiris Ungol. I think he does. I think he goes up here through the dead marshes, or if he's kicked out through the front door. I'm not sure. I don't know it exactly. He lands somehow in the dead marshes, and there Aragorn catches him. And then Aragorn has to go all the way up to Thingol, to Thranduil. And as a result, Thranduil lives around about here. And yeah, he has a long way. And even like he takes a really complicated route. Like he goes over the river, goes Fangon, goes here behind Lothlorien, goes over this. He has to cross multiple rivers and swim there and bind Gollum to a log or something like that to bring there. He has to take a huge detour around Dol Guldur. He knows the foe is watching there. He has to take a big detour to not get too close to Dol Guldur and avoid his enemies. And somehow he manages to bring him all the way to Thranduil. He's just a legend accomplishing this. And from here he goes potentially to Mladris. But then Gandalf is in the meantime doing research, as we see in the films, in Minas Tirith, and then he rides up. And then he talks to Gollum. And then he leaves as well. And Gollum escapes because they are attacked. That's kind of the story. But you see, this region here where they speak Old English is huge. So I would assume that that our friend here, Halvard, is potentially some man from this region. Like if he would be one of the Dunedain, he would have a Sindarin name. The name doesn't sound too Sindarin to me. Of course, there is Haldir and stuff like this. I know there are some names that are Sindarin, Halbarad, and so on. It is possible, maybe I'm wrong, but just from my personal impression, that sounds more like an Old English name, so I would assume he's maybe some person he meets on the way or gets help from, or I don't know. Okay, chat. What was the other stuff in the chat? In Isengard, Hobbits and Aragorn discuss someone's creatures who sounds like. We have this. Aragorn tells his companions that Rohirrim, Bjornings, and Men of the Dale are relatives. They must be related, because overall they all speak Germanic languages. That means at some point there must be a Proto-Germanic language, as it's called. And yeah. And we don't know the development exactly, but of course all men are related, obviously, in Tolkien's world, because they are all come from Hildorien. And some of them, the so-called Edain, went to the west. And on the way they scattered and said, well, we settle here. The others continued, and some reached Beleriand, others stayed on their way, like in the north. Like the people here, for example, that speak Old English, their language is recognized by the people of Numenor, the Dunedain, and they know due to this that they must be related to the house of either Beor, which is more unlikely, but it's the house of Marach then. There are these three houses of the Edain. The house of Beor, the house of Hador, or the folk of Marach. There's also the Haladin, or the house of Harles. And the house of Harles, people spoke of the Edain, a language that was so different that the Numenorians, when they later met their descendants, did not recognize them as kin, because their language was different. Saying, well, these must be one of these dark people. In truth, though, they were also Edain, they just had a very different language. Maybe were very isolated and so on. So, yeah, language stuff with Tolkien, always fascinating. However, chat, it is now also late for me, and I'm tired, and I talked for 4 hours, 40 minutes, no, let's take for 4 hours straight. As a result, I would love to end the stream now, and I hope you enjoyed the stream. If you have a quick question, now's your time to post it in chat. If not, the next time or something, keep it in mind. Not sure when the next stream will be. I try to make this stream more frequent. I said this last time and I never do it, but I don't know what it is with time recently for me, but it's always like, I don't know, I think, next week I do the stream. And then a month is over. I don't know where the month went. It's currently always like that. Like, time is just flying by. So much to do, a lot of stuff. Wrote it in the Patreon blog post for this stream here as well, that it's always, I don't know, a lot of stuff to do. Like, I had a Cyberpunk 2077 bingo format that I developed for the German community and so on. I might bring this to the English community if I find players as well, because I think it's a pretty interesting thing. Was a pretty cool project. I did some game stuff. We completed the Indiana Jones game on the English Games channel and so on. The Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Really cool game, in my opinion. With some flaws, but overall I was very positive about it. I don't know. There was an Elden Ring tournament I'm currently participating in. Shouts to Souls Lito and stuff like that. So there's some practice here, some stuff here, experimenting. We made a lot of shorts about Cyberpunk and references in the game, which I found a very fun project for me to do. And also there's already all-in-one video of combining these shorts into an actual video. Stuff like that. So new approaches of me to maybe finding audiences, creating content, stuff like that. It was a very fascinating month, or several months for me, because it's currently very difficult for the LotR channel. Every time I do a video, like it kind of tanks hard when it comes to views and performance and so on. It's very annoying, to say the least. I also definitely learned that streams alone can't boost your channel that much, because they are kind of treated very separately on YouTube. I mean, for our 40-minute video talking randomly about lore with the weird guy here, it's interesting for some people, but it might be strange. And I would agree with Man of the West. We kind of live currently in the dark ages of Lord of the Rings, because we're still waiting for this one big thing that everybody is excited again about, and people say, yeah, Lord of the Rings, that's so cool. Currently that's still missing, or is in the works. We hope that Lord of the Rings, The Hunt for Gollum, does the trick. I hope it will be good. Like, it would be so awesome if it will be good. It would definitely help in so many ways, but it's still also off quite a bit. So then there's the weird AI lore channels with made up stuff in it. 40% made up stuff. Think about if I should maybe do a reaction video to one. Like, I know reaction content is kind of cheap, but making AI videos with wrong information about Tolkien lore is also kind of cheap. So in a way, it evens out, especially if people delete every comment where the word, hey, this isn't an AI video. Every comment like this is deleted on these channels. Strange. Don't know why. But yeah, it's a problem because it eats away views and so on. and the more classic channels kind of suffer a little bit from it. Not only me, but all the others too. So currently the lore stuff is in a weird place, to say the least. Currently also thinking about expanding the German channel a little bit again, because I really like doing stuff in German as well, my native language. And since a day only has 24 hours, and I have so much energy to make stuff, and motivation, and time, and I don't know, it's always difficult for me to find the perfect balance between all the channels and creating content for it and so on. So I just, would wish there would be more cool lore stuff or cool new stuff, but most of the stuff is published. And further, like I said, currently doing long lore video essays is really tough to do when you always feel like, okay, I get only a couple of hundred views on them. Like, if we look at my magnum opus, we're currently at barely 2,000 views on this. This was, I don't know how many years of work. Of course, the total, like the last episode of US Elrond had barely 700 views. That's kind of demotivating, I have to say, considering that the time I put into these videos was a lot of work. And it's a bit unfortunate currently. I think times might change again a little bit, but maybe there's a little explanation why I'm currently very insecure about what am I supposed to do. Like, I need some views on my channel as well, because I don't know. It helps me justify doing that. You know what I mean? It's a bit of one of the problems. So I have to kind of find other ways to make content and reach audience with other passions I might have, like gaming. But on the other side, I of course don't want to neglect you people here supporting me for so long, for so many years now. I have to be very, very thankful for all the support. And huge shout outs to you people there as well. But of course, it's always a bit difficult to balance this out and to find good ways, thinking about short, thinking about other platforms. I don't know. It's now, I don't know, almost a year or something where I experiment a lot. We experimented with a second channel if stuff was better there. Yeah, kind of, but not as much as I hoped it would be. And since I can't monetize the other channel, which is obviously important if you see this as part of your work, if you make a few bucks out of this, it's definitely not bad. It's difficult, and when you then commit to a new channel and can't do everything with it. So I kind of stopped again doing that, uploading there. Not sure if I continue, because the experiment was not as big as I hoped it would be. Currently, it seems for me personally that YouTube currently has no interest at all to kind of boost smaller channels to an audience. Or let's say the audience currently is not looking for Lord of the Rings a lot. I think that's the unfortunate truth to all of this. So I'm very happy that you people are still here. Excuse me, supporting me. But it is, it's not easy finding the right balance currently. And I definitely like doing videos, but I also like doing other videos like that, game stuff, streaming and so on. That's something I enjoy immensely. But as you can imagine, it's difficult to find the right or the correct balance, if that makes sense. It is very difficult, to say the least. But yeah, I don't know. I hope I find a way. And like I said, I need to get at least these LotR streams here out a lot. But these LotR streams are definitely the most, what is a good word? In German I would say anspruchsvoll, which translates to anspruchsvoll. Sophisticated, demanding, ambitious, challenging, maybe, yeah. Something like that. Streams I do. Like playing a video game like the Indiana Jones thing. I can do this 10 days, 10 hours every day. I love video games. It's not like that. But usually I can shut up for a moment. There's a cutscene, don't have to consistently talk. But talking for 4 hours straight, it's just very exhausting, and you have to think. You have to kind of remember to maybe do some live research. It's another level. Even though I might make mistakes here or answer a question not 100% correctly, and so on, it's definitely much difficult. Then I do this not in my native language, but in my second language, which is a language I learned at school originally and kind of got a little bit better at. But it's definitely very challenging to do this for me, and it's not so easy going. So I can't do a stream like this every day. I think first of all, I think we'll run out of topics quite soon, and stuff would repeat too much. On the other side, like I said, it's currently easier to do some other content and also see some success in that. And that's great, I think. But it would be, of course, also great if the LotR stuff would still work. And currently, like I said, it doesn't work as it used to work, for me at least. And that's a bit strange. Like, for me, it's always a strange thought that I have, like, I don't know, 46,000 subscribers or something on this channel, and I reach only a couple of those. Very unfortunate in many ways. Like, I don't have the crazy high expectations on my videos anyway, but I definitely thought it would be more consistent, would, like, I don't know, the ground noise that this subscriber count would generate would be kind of enough to even things out. But currently it's just very depressing. And that, of course, like, I tried uploading a lot, and then it was really depressing because I spent so much time. On the other side, I like doing stuff, but the kind of performance or success side of things, how many views do I get and so on, is not completely unimportant for me. That's maybe part of the reason why I currently trying so many other things out instead of just being here and doing only LotR stuff as I did in the years before. But in the years when I did only LotR stuff, the LotR stuff also worked pretty well. Currently it doesn't work pretty well, so maybe I have to find other stuff to do as well and return to the LotR stuff when the LotR stuff works better again. I can't, unfortunately, change the dynamics of viewer audience interest and YouTube and so on. Still, I know that you people here support me and are always there. I know your names in the chat and you are still there. Hey, didn't expect the live stream to still be going. Well, well, I'm not known for the shorter streams, I guess. But yeah, currently trying to explain a bit why there's so little stuff going on this channel for such a long time. Where have I been? I was there on the other channels, very active actually. And like I said, currently the dark ages of Lord of the Rings lore on YouTube are there, and stuff doesn't perform as well anymore. And so I have to try other stuff. there's a time frame of the search for Gollum in film terms get discussed. We briefly touched this. Somebody asked if it will be before or after the torture, and said, well, it could be both. I would still assume it's mostly after it. So the idea of Aragorn capturing Gollum is there, but the film is called The Hunt for Gollum, so there are multiple sides, so it has to be explained why they are searching for Gollum, who is searching for Gollum. So I think the time when Gollum is in Mordor will be a topic, same as the time when Gollum is out and is captured by Aragorn again and brought to Thranduil and so on. Here is where the film will end. But I think we will see both time frames, maybe also some stuff in the past. Yeah, that's my expectation here. Only, yeah, like I said, but I would love to end the stream now, even though you just came back and said, oh, you are still running, awesome. But for me, it's very late. I'm a bit tired. I have talked for like almost 4.5 hours straight. That's a lot of talking. And like I said, it's always it's very challenging making these streams here for me in a way, because it's just me talking. If I'm not talking, nobody talks, so I have to keep talking. And that is very demanding for my voice and so on. I have to be focused. I have to think, give good answers, go through my memory and hope I have the right, remember the stuff. If the actual hunt actually starts after Bilbo's birthday party, I think there's only about a year to work with before the council won't keep you up. Yeah, don't worry. Yeah, I mean in the Peter Jackson timeline, yeah, it would be only a year. In the books, it's 17 years. Curious how they will solve this chronological issue there. But what did Gandalf do when he said, keep it safe, Frodo, and just left? I will go to bed. Yeah, PJ, sleep well, whatever time it is in your country. So PJ Archer from the Twitch chat, from the German Twitch chat, wishes also all the other people a good night, whatever time it is in your country, he says. But yeah, sleep well, PJ. Nice that you were here for such a long time. Hope you enjoyed the stream. And yeah, I also will end the stream very soon now. Don't worry. Glad, Murray, you enjoyed the stream. But yeah, that's always my rambling here at the very end, dear chat. Is there anything left to say, chat? I don't know. I hope there will be more news. And then, discussing some news is always fun, I think, with the community, seeing different opinions in chat. What do you think about this? Interpretations. Maybe somebody grabs some cool theories or other news or rumors that you can discuss. It's always fun, I think. And it's not that exhausting or challenging compared to like the question. It was a really good question, a really fun one to discuss about Gandalf's nature. Why he said you don't have a weapon that can even hurt me. That's a really interesting statement by Gandalf. What could he mean with it, and so on? Discuss some thoughts. Same with who might be the statue, but it's very different compared to playing a video game and commenting a bit live and making some funny jokes here and there. This is much more challenging as a stream. That's why I need the energy to do this here for 4 to 5 hours. In the continuity of the Jackson films, we could probably stretch that as much as 2 years, but that's pushing it. Yeah, maybe. Dinner time for me. I wish you a good one. Enjoy your dinner then, Otaku Senpai and all the others. Thank you for the questions and for your support. Much appreciated. Thank you to all the people supporting me. Like, huge shout outs to the Patreons, to all the members, to the Twitch members. As the list is not fully up to date, but there are a lot of people, especially from the German community, supporting here, but also a lot of people from the English-speaking community supporting the stream here for I don't know how many years, like I don't know, a crazy amount of months, like 5 years or something plus. It's insane. Thank you so much for that. Like I said, I really try to. I can't promise it how frequent I get these streams out. Like I said, currently I had a lot of stuff to do on other projects and so on. Then just the time was like a blink of an eye. I don't know. In my mind, the year just started. It's half a year. The half a year is almost over. Like in a couple of months, we think about we start thinking about Christmas already. It's insane. But yeah, I don't know where the time is going. It's just scary. Like I said, yeah, next week I do a LotR stream. Cut to a month or 6 weeks are suddenly gone. I don't know where they have been. Don't ask me. It was really insane the last couple of weeks, months. I don't know. But yeah, if you like video games, check out the games channel. That's where I'm more active than here on this channel, unfortunately, for the LotR freak friends here. But yeah, I try to make this more frequent again. I hope there will be cool news that we can discuss, because discussing news is always kind of fun, and there's always a potential if you cover a specific news topic on time that you also are found a bit easier than some other stuff. But I don't know. It's really tough. But I wish you people a good night or a nice evening, a fantastic rest of the day, or a good start in the day, depending on your time zone. And I know I have a lot of time zones here in my viewership, my viewer base. So there's that. I run from some ads here at the end through. So there's that. Again, thank you people for watching, and the next time. Goodbye.